Volume the Second, Chapter 1 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Second, Chapter 1. About this time a circumstance occurred, which seemed to have nothing to do with Churchill or Beauclerk, but which eventually brought both their characters into action and passion. Lord Davenant had purchased, at the sale of Dean Stanley's pictures, several of those which had been the Dean's favourites, and which, independently of their positive merit, were peculiarly dear to Helen. He had ordered that they should be sent down to Clarendon Park. At first he begged house room for them from the general while he and Lady Davenant were in Russia. Then he said that, in case he should never return, he wished the pictures should be divided between his two dear children, Celia and Helen, and that, to prevent disputes, he would make the distribution of them himself now, and in the kindest and most playful manner he allotted them to each, always finding some excellent reason for giving to Helen those which he knew she liked best. And then there was to be a hanging committee for hanging the pictures, which occasioned a great deal of talking, Beauclerk always thinking most of Helen, or of what was really best for the paintings, Horace most of himself and his amateurship. Among these pictures were some fine Wouvermans, and other hunting and hawking pieces, and one in particular of the Duchess and her ladies from Don Quixote. Beauclerk, who had gone round examining and admiring, stood fixed when he came to this picture, in which he fancied he discovered in one of the figures some likeness to Helen. The lady had a hawk upon her wrist. Churchill came up eagerly to the examination, with glass at eye. He could not discern the slightest resemblance to Miss Stanley, but he was in haste to bring out an excellent observation of his own, which he had made his own from a quarterly review, illustrating the advantage it would be to painters to possess knowledge, even of kinds seemingly most distant from the line of their profession. For instance, now, a priori, one should not insist upon a great painter's being a good ornithologist, and yet, for want of being something of a bird fancier, look here what he has done. Quite absurd. A sort of hawk introduced, such as never was or could be at any hawking affair in nature, would not sit upon a lady's wrist or answer to her call, would never fly at a bird. Now you see this is a ridiculous blunder. While Churchill plumed himself on this critical remark, Captain Wormsley told of who still kept hawks in England, and of the hawking parties he had seen and heard of, even this year, that famous hawking in Wiltshire, and that other in Norfolk. Churchill asked Wormsley if he had been at Lord Berners when Landseer was there studying the subject of his famous hawking scene. "Have you seen it, Lady Cecilia?" continued he. "It is beautiful. The birds seem to be absolutely coming out of the picture." And he was going on with some of this connoisseurship, and telling of his mortification in having missed the purchase of that picture, but Wormsley got back to the hawking he had seen, and he became absolutely eloquent in describing the sport. Churchill, though eager to speak, listened with tolerably polite patience till Wormsley came to what he had forgot to mention, to the label with the date of place and year that is put upon the heron's leg, to the heron brought from Denmark, where it had been caught, with the label of having been let fly from Lord Berners, For, he continued, the heron is always to be saved if possible, so when it is down, and the hawk over it, the falconer has some raw beef ready minced, and lays it on the heron's back, or a pigeon, just killed, is sometimes used. The hawk devours it, and the heron, quite safe, as soon as it recovers from its fright, mounts slowly upward, and returns to its heronry. Helen listened eagerly, and so did Lady Cecilia, who said, "You know, Helen, our favourite Washington Irving quotes that in days of yore a lady of rank did not think herself completely equipped in riding forth, unless she had her tassel genteel held by jesses on her delicate hand." Before her words were well finished, Beauclerc had decided what he would do, and the business was half done that is well begun. He was at the library table, writing as fast as pen could go, to give carte blanche to a friend, to secure for him immediately a whole hawking establishment, which Warmsley had mentioned, and which was now upon public sale, or privately to be parted with by the present possessor. At the very moment when Beauclerc was signing and sealing at one end of the room, at the other Horace Churchill, to whom something of the same plan had occurred, was charming Lady Cecilia Clarendon, by hinting to her his scheme, anticipating the honour of seeing one of his hawks borne upon her delicate wrist. Beauclerc, after dispatching his letter, came up just in time to catch the sound and the sense, and took Horace aside to tell him what he had done. Horace looked vexed, and haughtily observed that he conceived his place at Earlsmead was better calculated for a hawking party than most places in England, and he had already announced his intentions to the ladies. The way was open to him, but Beauclerc did not see why he should recede. The same post might carry both their letters, both their orders. "How far did your order go, may I ask?" said Churchill. "Carte blanche." Churchill owned, with a sarcastic smile, that he was not prepared to go quite so far. He was not quite so young as Granville. He unfortunately had arrived at years of discretion. He said unfortunately, without ironical reservation. He protested from the bottom of his heart he considered it as a misfortune to have become that slow circumspect sort of creature which looks before it leaps, even though this might save him from the fate of the man who was in Sicily, still he considered it as unfortunate to have lost so much of his natural enthusiasm. Natural enthusiasm! Beauclerc could not help repeating to himself, and he went on his own way. It must be confessed, as even Beauclerc's best friends allowed, counting among them Lady Davenant and his guardian, that never was man of sense more subject to that kind of temporary derangement of the reasoning powers which results from being what is called bit by a fancy. He would then run on straight forward, without looking to the right or the left, in pursuit of his object, great or small. That hawking establishment now in view completely shut out, for the moment, all other objects. Of tercels and of lures he talks, and before his imagination were hawking scenes, and Helen with a hawk on her wrist, looking most graceful. A hawk of his own training it should be. Then how to train a hawk became the question. While he was waiting for the answer to his carte blanche, nothing better, or so good, could be done, as to make himself master of the whole business, and for this purpose he found it essential to consult every book on falconry that could be found in the library, and a great plague he became to everybody in the course of this book hunt. What a bore! Warmsley might be excused for muttering deep and low between the teeth. General Clarendon sighed and groaned. Lady Davenant bore and forbore philosophically. It was for Beauclerc, and to her great philosophy she gave all the credit of her indulgent partiality. Lady Cecilia, half annoyed yet ever good natured, carried her complaisance so far as to consult the catalogue and bookshelves sundry times in 1 hour. But she was not famous for patience, and she soon resigned him to a better friend, Helen, the most indefatigable of book hunters. She had been well trained to it by her uncle, had been used to it all her life, and really took pleasure in the tiresome business. She assured Beauclerc it was not the least trouble, and he thought she looked beautiful when she said so. Whosoever of the male kind, young and of ardent, not to say impatient, spirit, has ever been aided and abetted in a sudden whim, assisted, forwarded, above all, sympathized with, through all the changes and chances of a reigning fancy, may possibly conceive how charming, and more charming every hour, perhaps minute, Helen became in Beauclerc's eyes. But all in the way of friendship, observe. Perfectly so on her part, for she could not have another idea, and it was for this reason she was so much at her ease. He so understood it, and, thoroughly a gentleman, free from coxcombry, as he was, and interpreting the language and manners of women with instinctive delicacy, they went on delightfully. Churchill was on the watch, but he was not alarmed. All was so undisguised and frank, that now he began to feel assured that love on her side not only was, but ever would be, quite out of the question. Beauclerc was, indeed, in the present instance, really and truly intent upon what he was about, and he pursued the history of falconry, with all its episodes, from the olden time of the Book of St. Albans down to the last number of the Sporting Magazine, including Colonel Thornton's latest flight, with the adventures of his red falcons, Miss McGee and Lord Townsend, and his red tercels, Messrs. Croc and Cragnon, not forgetting that never to be forgotten hawking of the Emperor Aram Bam Bam Boborus, with Trebizonian eagles, on the authority of a manuscript in the Grand Signior's library. Beauclerc had such extraordinary dependence upon the sympathy of his friends, that, when he was reading anything that interested him, no matter what they might be doing, he must have their admiration for what charmed him. He brought his book to Lord Davenant, who was writing a letter. Listen, oh listen, to this pathetic lament of the falconer. Hawks, heretofore the pride of royalty, the insignia of nobility, the ambassadors present, the priest's indulgence, companion of the knight, and nursling of the gentle mistress, are now uncalled for and neglected. "Ah, very well that," said good-natured Lord Davenant, stopping his pen, dipping again, dotting, and going on. Then Beauclerc passed to Lady Davenant, and interrupting her in Scott's Lives of the Novelists, on which she was deeply intent, "Allow me, my dear Lady Davenant, though you say you are no great topographer, to show you this. It is so curious. This royal falconer's proclamation, Henry the Eighth's, to preserve his partridges, pheasants, and herons, from his palace at Westminster to St. Giles in the Fields, and from thence to Islington, Hampstead, and Highgate, under penalty for every bird killed of imprisonment, or whatever other punishment to his highness may seem meet." Lady Davenant vouchsafed some suitable remark, consonant to expectation, on the changes of times and places, and men and manners, and then motioned the quarto away, with which motion the quarto reluctantly complied, and then following Lady Cecilia from window to window, as she tended her flowers, he would insist upon her hearing the table of precedence for hawks. She, who never cared for any table of precedence in her life, even where the higher animals were concerned, would only undertake to remember that the merlin was a lady's hawk, and this only upon condition that she should have one to sit upon her wrist, like the fair ladies in Wouvermans' pictures. But further, as to peregrine, gerfalcon, or gherkin, she would hear naught of them, nor could she listen, though Granville earnestly extorted, to the several good reasons which make a falcon dislike her master. First, if he speak rudely to her. Second, if he feed her carelessly. Before he could get thirdly out, Lady Cecilia stopped him, declaring that in all her life she never could listen to anything that began with first and secondly, reasons especially. Horace, meanwhile, looked superior down, and thought with ineffable contempt of Beauclerc's little skill in the arts of conversation, thus upon unwilling ears to squander anecdotes which would have done him credit at some London dinner. What I could have made of them, and may make of them yet, thought he. But some there are who never can contrive, as other some cleverly do, to ride their hobby horses to good purpose and good effect. Now Beauclerc's hobbies, I plainly see, will always run away with him headlong, cost him dear certainly, and maybe leave him in the mire at last. What this fancy was to cost him, Beauclerc did not yet know. 2 or 3 passages in the Sporting Magazine had given some hints of the expense of this most delectable of all country contentments, which he had not thought it necessary to read aloud. And he knew that the late Lord Oxford, an ardent pursuer of this royal and noble sport, had expended 100 a year on every hawk he kept, each requiring a separate intendant, and being moreover indulged in an excursion to the Continent every season during moulting time. But Beauclerc said to himself he had no notion of humouring his hawks to that degree. They should, aristocratic birds though they be, content themselves in England, and not pretend to damn the climate like a lord. And he flattered himself that he should be able to pursue his fancy more cheaply than any of his predecessors. But as he had promised his guardian that, after the indulgence granted him in the Beltravers cause, he would not call upon him for any more extraordinary supplies, he resolved, in case the expense exceeded his ways and means, to sell his hunters, and so indulge in a new love at the expense of an old one. The expected pleasure of the first day's hawking was now bright in his imagination. The day was named, the weather promised well, and the German cagers and trainers who had been engaged, and who, along with the whole establishment, were handed over to Beauclerc, were to come down to Clarendon Park, and Beauclerc was very happy teaching the merlins to sit on Lady Cecilia's and on Miss Stanley's wrist. Helen's voice was found to be peculiarly agreeable to the hawk, who, as Beauclerc observed, loved, like Lear, that excellent thing in woman, a voice ever soft, gentle, and low. The ladies were to wear some pretty dresses for the occasion, and all was gaiety and expectation, and Churchill was mortified when he saw how well the thing was likely to take, that he was not to be the giver of the fete, especially as he observed that Helen was particularly pleased, when, to his inexpressible surprise, Granville Beauclerc came to him a few days before that appointed for the hawking party, and said that he had changed his mind, that he wished to get rid of the whole concern, that he should be really obliged to Churchill if he would take his engagement off his hands. The only reason he gave was, that the establishment would altogether be more than he could afford. He found he had other calls for money, which were incompatible with his fancy, and therefore he would give it up. Churchill obliged him most willingly by taking the whole upon himself, and he managed so to do in a very ingenious way, without incurring any preposterous expense. He was acquainted with a set of rich, fashionable young men, who had taken a sporting lodge in a neighbouring county, who desired no better than to accede to the terms proposed, and to distinguish themselves by giving a fete out of the common line, while Churchill, who understood, like a true man of the world, the worldly art of bargaining, contrived, with off-hand gentleman-like jockeying, to have every point settled to his own convenience, and he was to be the giver of the entertainment to the ladies at Clarendon Park. When this change in affairs was announced, Lady Cecilia, the general, Lady Davenant, and Helen were all, in various degrees, surprised, and each tried to guess what could have been the cause of Beauclerc's sudden relinquishment of his purpose. He was, very extraordinary for him, impenetrable. He adhered to the words, "I found I could not afford it." His guardian could not believe in this wonderful prudence, and was almost certain there must be some imprudence at the bottom of it all. Granville neither admitted nor repelled that accusation. Lady Cecilia worked away with perpetual little strokes, hoping to strike out the truth, but, as she said, you might as well have worked at an old flint. Nothing was elicited from him, even by Lady Davenant, nor did the collision of all their opinions throw any light upon the matter. Meanwhile the day for the hawking party arrived. Churchill gave the fete, and Beauclerc, as one of the guests, attended and enjoyed it without the least appearance even of disappointment, and, so far from envying Churchill, he assisted in remedying any little defects, and did all he could to make the whole go off well. The party assembled on a rising ground. A flag was displayed to give notice of the intended sport. The falconers appeared, picturesque figures in their green jackets and their long gloves, and their caps plumed with heron's feathers, some with the birds on their wrists, one with the frame over his shoulder upon which to set the hawk. Set, did we say? No. Cast your hawk on the perch, is, Beauclerc observed, the correct term, for, as Horace sarcastically remarked, Mr. Beauclerc might be detected as a novice in the art by his over exactness, his too correct, too Attic, pronunciation of the hawking language. But Granville readily and gaily bore all this ridicule and raillery, sure that it would neither stick nor stain, enjoying with all his heart the amusement of the scene, the assembled ladies, the attendant cavaliers, the hoodwinked hawks, the ringing of their brass bells, the falconers anxiously watching the clouds for the first appearance of the bird, their skill in loosening the hoods, as, having but one hand at liberty, they used their teeth to untie the string, and now the hoods are off, and the hawks let fly. They were to fly many casts of hawks this day. The first flight was after a curlew, and the riding was so hard, so dangerous, from the broken nature of the ground, that the ladies gave it up, and were contented to view the sport from the eminence where they remained. and now there was a question to be decided among the sportsmen as to the comparative rate of riding at a fox chase, and in the short but terrifically hard gallop, with eyes raised to the clouds, which is necessary for the full enjoyment of hawking. And then the gentlemen, returning, gathered round the ladies, and the settling the point, watches in hand, and bets depending, added to the interest of Flight the First, and Churchill, master of the revels, was in the highest spirits. But presently the sky was overcast, the morning lowered, the wind rose, and changed was Churchill's brow. There is no such thing as hawking against the wind, that capricious wind. "Curse the wind!" cried Churchill, "and confusion seize the fellow who says there is to be no more hawking to-day." The chief falconer, however, was a phlegmatic German, and proper behaved, as good falconers should be, who, as old Tristram's book has it, even if a bird should be lost, he should never swear, and only say, "Du saut bleu," and remember that the mother of hawks is not dead. But Horace, in the face of reason, and in defiance of his German counsellors, insisted upon letting fly the hawks in this high wind, and it so fell out that, in the first place, all the terms he used in his haste and spleen were wrong, and in the next, that the quarry taking down the wind, the horsemen could not keep up with the hawks. The falconers, in great alarm, called to them by their names they gave them, Miss Didlington, Lord Berners, "Ha, Miss Didlington's off with Blucher, and Lady Kirby, and Lord Berners, and all of 'em after her." Miss Didlington flew fast and far, and further still, till she and all the rest were fairly out of sight, lost, lost, lost. And as fine a cast of hawks they were as ever came from Germany. The falconers were in despair, and Churchill saw that the fault was his, and it looked so like cockney sportsmanship. If Horace had been in a towering rage, it would have been well enough, but he only grew pettish, snappish, and waspish. Now none of those words ending in ish become a gentleman. Ladies always think so, and Lady Cecilia now thought so, and Helen thought so too, and Churchill saw it, and he grew pale instead of red, and that looks ugly in an angry man. But Beauclerc excused him when he was out of hearing, and when others said he had been cross, and crosser than became the giver of a gala, Beauclerc pleaded well for him, that falconry has ever been known to be an extreme stirrer up of the passions, being subject to mischances infinite. However, a cold and hot collation under the trees for some, and under a tent for others, set all to rights for the present. Champagne sparkled, and Horace pledged and was pledged, and all were gay. Even the Germans at their own table, after their own fashion, with their Rhenish and their foaming ale, contrived to drown the recollection of the sad adventure of the truant hawks. And when all were refreshed and renewed in mind and body, to the hawking they went again, for now that the wind was laid, and all their fears asleep, there was to be a battle between heron and hawk, one of the finest sights that can be in all falconry. "Look, look, Miss Stanley," cried Granville, "look, follow that high-flown hawk, that black speck in the clouds, now, right over the heron, and now she will chancellor. Turn on her wing, Miss Stanley, as she comes down, whirl round, and balance herself. Chancellor. Now look, chancelleering gloriously." But Helen at this instant recollected what Captain Warmsley had said of the fresh-killed pigeon, which the falconer in the nick of time is to lay upon the heron's back. And now, even as the chancelleering was going on, 3 times most beautifully, Helen saw only the dove, the white dove, which that black-hearted German held, his great hand round the throat, just raising it to ring it. "Oh, Beauclerc, save it, save it!" cried Lady Cecilia and Helen at once. Beauclerc sprang forward, and had it been a tiger instead of a dove, would have done the same, no doubt, at the moment. The dove was saved, and the heron killed. If Helen was pleased, so was not the chief falconer, nor any of the falconers, the whole German council in combustion, and Horace Churchill deeming it rather extraordinary that any gentleman should so interfere with other gentlemen's hawks. Lady Cecilia stepped between, and never stepped in vain. She drew a ring from her finger, a seal. It was the seal of peace. No great value, but a well-cut bird, a bird for the chief falconer. A guinea hen, with its appropriate cry, its polite motto, "Come back, come back," and she gave it as a pledge that the ladies would come back another day, and see another hawking, and the gentlemen were pleased, and the aggrieved attendant falconers pacified by the promise of another heron from the heronry at Clarendon Park. And the clouded faces brightened, and she smoothed the raven down of darkness till it smiled, whatever that may mean, but as Milton said it, it must be sense as well as sound. At all events, in plain prose, be it understood that everybody was satisfied, even Mr. Churchill, for Beauclerc had repaired for him, just in time, an error which would have been a blot on his gallantry of the day. He had forgotten to have some of the pretty grey hairs plucked from the heron, to give to the ladies to ornament their bonnets, but Beauclerc had secured them for him, and also 2 or 3 of those much valued, smooth black feathers from the head of the bird, which are so much prized, that a plume of them is often set with pearls and diamonds. Horace presented these most gracefully to Lady Cecilia and Helen, and was charmed with Lady Cecilia's parting compliments, which finished with the words, "Quite chivalrous." And so, after all the changes and chances of weather, wind, and humour, all ended well, and no one rued the hawking of this day. End of Volume the Second, Chapter 1. Volume the Second, Chapter 2 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Second, Chapter 2. "But all this time," said Lady Davenant, "you have not told me whether you have any of you found out what changed Granville's mind about this falconry scheme, why he so suddenly gave up the whole to Mr. Churchill. Such a point-blank weathercock turn of fancy in most young men would no more surprise me than the changes of those clouds in the sky, now shaped and now unshaped by the driving wind. But in Granville Beauclerc there is always some reason for apparent caprice, and the reason is often so ingeniously wrong that it amuses me to hear it, and even as a study in human nature, I am curious to know the simple fact. But no one could tell the simple fact, no one could guess his reason, and from him it never would have been known, never could have been found out, but from a mistake, from a letter of thanks coming to a wrong person. One morning, when Helen was sitting in Lady Davenant's room with her, Lord Davenant came in, reading a letter, like one walking in his sleep. "What is all this, my dear? Can you explain it to me? Some good action of yours, I suppose, for which I am to be thanked?" Lady Davenant looked at the letter. She had nothing to do with the matter, she said, but, on second thoughts, exclaimed, "This is Granville Beauclerc's doing, I am clear." The letter was from Count Polianski, one of the poor banished Poles, now poor, but who had been formerly master of a property estimated at about 165,000 available individuals. In attempting to increase the happiness and secure the liberty of these available individuals, the Count had lost everything, and had been banished from his country, a man of high feeling as well as talents, who had done all he could for that unhappy country, torn to pieces by demagogues from within and tyrants from without. Lady Davenant now recollected that Beauclerc had learned from her all this, and had heard her regretting the circumstances in which Lord Davenant was placed at this moment, prevented the possibility of his affording this poor count assistance for numbers of his suffering fellow countrymen, who had been banished along with him, and who were now in London in the utmost distress. Lady Davenant remembered that she had been speaking to Granville on this subject the very day that he had abandoned his falconry project. "Now I understand it all," said she, "and it is like all I know and all I have hoped of him. These hundreds a year which he has settled on these wretched exiles are rather better disposed of in a noble national cause than in pampering one set of birds that may fly at another set." "And yet this is done," said Lord Davenant, "by one of the much reviled, high-bred English gentlemen, among whom, let the much reviling, low-bred English democrats say what they will, we find every day instances of subscription for public purposes from private benevolence, in a spirit of princely charity to be found only in our own dear England, England with all her faults." "But this was a less ordinary sort of generosity of Granville's," said Lady Davenant, "the giving up a new pleasure, a new whim with all its gloss fresh upon it, full and bright in his eye." "True," said Lord Davenant, "I never saw a strong pulling fancy better thrown upon its haunches." The white dove, whose life Helen had saved, was brought home by Beauclerc, and was offered to her and accepted. Whether she had done a good or a bad action by thus saving the life of a pigeon at the expense of a heron, may be doubted, and will be decided according to the several tastes of ladies and gentlemen for herons or doves. As Lady Davenant remarked, Helen's humanity, or dove-amity, as Churchill called it, was of that equivocal sort which is ready to destroy one creature to save another, which may happen to be a greater favourite. Be this as it may, the favourite had a friend upon the present occasion, and no less a friend than General Clarendon, who presented it with a marble basin, such as doves should drink out of by right of long prescription. The general feared, he said, that this vase might be a little too deep, dangerously, perhaps, but Helen thought nothing could be altogether more perfect in taste and kindness. Approving Beauclerc's kindness, too, a remembrance of a day most agreeably spent, Churchill, to whom she looked, as she said the last words, with all becoming politeness, bowed and accepted the compliment, but with a reserve of jealousy on the brow, and as he looked again at the dove, caressing and caressed, and then at the classic vase, he stood vexed, and to himself he said, "So this is the end of all my pains, hawking and all, quite chivalrous. Beauclerc carries off the honours and pleasures of the day, and his present and his dove are to be all in all. Yet still," continued he to himself, in more consolatory thought, "she is so open in her very love for the bird, that it is plain she has not yet any love for the man. She would be somewhat more afraid to show it, delicate as she is. It is only friendship, honest friendship, on her side, and if her affections be not engaged somewhere else, she may be mine, if I please, if I can bring myself fairly to propose. We shall see. I shall think of it." And now he began to think of it seriously. Miss Stanley's indifference to him, and the unusual difficulty which he found in making any impression, stimulated him in an extraordinary degree. Helen now appeared to him even more beautiful than he had at first thought her. Those eyes that fix so softly, thought he, those dark eyelashes, that blush coming and going so beautifully, and there is a timid grace in all her motions, with that fine figure too, and that high-bred turn of the neck. Altogether she is charming, and she will be thought so. She must be mine. She would do credit to his taste, he thought she would, when she had a little more usage du monde, do the honours of his house well, and it would be delightful to train her, if he could but engage her affections, before she had seen more of the world, she might really love him for his own sake. And Churchill wished to be really loved, if possible, for his own sake, but of the reality of modern love he justly doubted, especially for a man of his fortune and his age. Yet with Helen's youth and innocence he began to think he had some chance of disinterested attachment, and he determined to bring out for her the higher powers of his mind, the better parts of his character. One day Lady Davenant had been speaking of London conversation. "So brilliant," she said, "so short-lived, as my friend Lady Emmeline K once said. London wit is like gas, which lights at a touch, and at a touch can be extinguished." And Lady Davenant concluded with a compliment to him who was known to have this touch and go of good conversation to perfection. Mr. Churchill bowed to the compliment, but afterwards sighed, and it seemed an honest sigh, from the bottom of his heart. Only Lady Davenant and Helen were in the room, and turning to Lady Davenant, he said, "If I have it, I have paid dearly for it, more than it is worth, much too dearly, by the sacrifice of higher powers. I might have been a very different person from what I am." Helen's attention was instantly fixed, but Lady Davenant suspected he was now only talking for effect. He saw what she thought. It was partly true, but not quite. He felt what he said at the moment, and besides, there is always a sincere pleasure in speaking of oneself when one can do it without exposing oneself to ridicule, and with a chance of obtaining real sympathy. "It was my misfortune," he said, "to be spoiled, even in childhood, by my mother." As he pronounced the word mother, either his own heart or Helen's eyes made him pause with a look of respectful tenderness. It was cruel of a son to blame the fond indulgence of a mother, but the fact was, she brought him too forward eagerly as a clever child, fed him too much with that sweet, dangerous fostering dew of praise. The child, the man, must suffer for it afterwards. "True, very true," said Lady Davenant. "I quite agree with you." "I could do nothing without flattery," continued he, pursuing the line of confession which he saw had fixed Lady Davenant's attention favourably. "Unluckily, I came too early into possession of a large fortune, and into the London world, and I lapped the stream of prosperity as I ran, and it was sweet with flattery, intoxicating, and I knew it, and yet could not forbear it. Then, in a London life, every thing is too stimulating, over exciting. If there are great advantages to men of science and literature in museums and public libraries, the more than ave sensi advantages of having books come at will, and ministering spirits in waiting on all your pursuits, there is too much of every thing except time, and too little of that. The treasures are within our reach, but we cannot clutch. We have, but we cannot hold. We have neither leisure to be good nor to be great. Who can think of living for posterity when he can scarcely live for the day? And sufficient for the day are never the hours thereof. From want of time, and from the immense quantity that nevertheless must be known, comes the necessity, the unavoidable necessity, of being superficial. "Why should it be unavoidable necessity?" asked Lady Davenant. "Because should waits upon must, in London always, if not elsewhere," said Churchill. "A conversation answer," replied Lady Davenant. "Yes, I allow it. It is even so, just so, and to such tricks, such playing upon words, do the bad habits of London conversation lead." And Lady Davenant wondered at the courage of his candour, as he went on to speak of the petty jealousies, the paltry envy, the miserable selfish susceptibility generated by the daily competition of London society. Such dissensions, such squabbles, an ignoble but appropriate word, such deplorable, such scandalous squabbles among literary and even among scientific men. "And who," continued he, "who can hope to escape in such a tainted atmosphere, an atmosphere overloaded with life, peopled with myriads of little buzzing, stinging vanities? It really requires the strength of Hercules, mind and body, to go through our labours, fashionable, political, bel esprit, altogether too much for mortal. In Parliament, in politics, in the tug of war, you see how the strongest minds fail, come to untimely—" "Do not touch upon that subject," cried Lady Davenant, suddenly agitated. Then commanding herself, she calmly added, "As you are not now, I think, in Parliament, it cannot affect you. What were you saying? Your health of mind and body, I think you said, you were sensible had been hurt by—" "These straining, incessant competitions have hurt me. My health suffered first, then my temper. It was originally good; now, as you have seen, I am afraid," glancing at Helen, who quickly looked down, "I am afraid I am irritable." There was an awkward silence. Helen thought it was for Lady Davenant to speak, but Lady Davenant did not contradict Mr. Churchill. Now, the not contradicting a person who is abusing himself is one of the most heinous offences to self-love that can be committed, and it often provokes false candour to pull off the mask and throw it in your face. But either Mr. Horace Churchill's candour was true, or it was so well guarded at the moment that no such catastrophe occurred. "Worse than this bad effect on my temper," continued he, "I feel that my whole mind has been deteriorated, my ambition dwindled to the shortest span, my thoughts contracted to the narrow view of mere effect. What would please at the dinner table or at the clubs, what will be thought of me by this literary coterie, or in that fashionable boudoir, and for this réputation de salon I have sacrificed all hope of other reputation, all power of obtaining it, all hope of—" Here he added a few words murmured down to Lady Davenant's embroidery frame, yet still in such a tone that Helen could not help thinking he meant she should hear. "If I had a heart such as—" He paused, and, as if struck with some agonizing thought, he sighed deeply, and then added, "But I have not a heart worth such acceptance, or I would make the offer." Helen was not sure what these words meant, but she now pitied him, and she admired his candour, which she thought was so far above the petty sort of character he had at first done himself the injustice to seem, and she seized the first opportunity to tell Beauclerc all Mr. Churchill had said to Lady Davenant and to her, and of the impression it had made upon them both. Beauclerc had often discussed Mr. Churchill's character with her, but she was disappointed when she saw that what she told made no agreeable impression on Beauclerc. At first he stood quite silent, and when she asked what he thought, he said, "It's all very fine, very clever." "But it is all true," said Helen, "and I admire Mr. Churchill's knowing the truth so well, and telling it so candidly." "Everything Mr. Churchill has said may be true, and yet I think the truth is not in him." "You are not usually so suspicious," said Helen. "If you had heard Mr. Churchill's voice and emphasis, and seen his look and manner at the time, I think you could not have doubted him." The more eager she grew, the colder Mr. Beauclerc became. "Look and manner, and voice and emphasis," said he, "make a great impression, I know, on ladies." "But what is your reason, Mr. Beauclerc, for disbelief? I have as yet only heard that you believe everything that Mr. Churchill said was true, and yet you do not believe in his truth," said Helen, in a tone of raillery. And many a time before had Beauclerc been the first to laugh when one of his own paradoxes stared him in the face. But now he was more out of countenance than amused, and he looked seriously about for reasons to reconcile his seeming self-contradiction. In the first place, all those allusions and those metaphorical expressions which you have so wonderfully well remembered, and which no doubt were worth remembering, all those do not give me the idea of a man who was really feeling in earnest, and speaking the plain truth about faults, for which, if he felt at all, he must be too much ashamed to talk in such a grand style, and to talk of them at all, except to most intimate friends, seems so unnatural, and quite out of character in a man who had expressed such horror of egotists, and who is so excessively circumspect in general." "Yes, but Mr. Churchill's forgetting all his little habits of circumspection, and all fear of ridicule, is the best proof of his being quite in earnest, that all he said was from his heart." "I doubt whether he has any heart," said Beauclerc. "Poor man, he said, Helen began, and then recollecting the words, "or I would make the offer," she stopped short, afraid of the construction they might bear, and then, ashamed of her fear, she colored deeply. "Poor man!" he said, repeated Beauclerc, fixing his eyes upon her. "What did he say, may I ask?" "No," said Helen, "I am not sure that I distinctly heard or understood Mr. Churchill." "Oh, if there was any mystery!" Beauclerc begged pardon, and he went away very quickly. He did not touch upon the subject again, but Helen saw that he never forgot it, and, by a few words which she heard him say to Lady Davenant about his dislike to have confidences, she knew he was displeased, and she thought he was wrong. She began to fear that his mistrust of Churchill arose from envy at his superior success in society, and, though she was anxious to preserve her newly acquired good opinion of Churchill's candour, she did not like to lose her esteem for Beauclerc's generosity. Was it possible that he could be seriously hurt at the readiness with which Mr. Churchill availed himself of any idea which Beauclerc threw out, and which he dressed up, and passed as his own? Perhaps this might be what he meant by "the truth is not in him." She remembered one day when she sat between him and Beauclerc, and when he did not seem to pay the least attention to what Mr. Beauclerc was saying to her, yet fully occupied as he had apparently been in talking for the company in general, he had through all heard Granville telling the Chinese fable of the man in the moon, whose business it is to knit together with an invisible silken cord those who are predestined for each other. Presently, before the dessert was over, Helen found the Chinese man in the moon, whom she thought she had all to herself, figuring at the other end of the table, and received with great applause. And was it possible that Beauclerc, with his abundant springs of genius, could grudge a drop thus stolen from him? But without any envy in that case, he was right in considering such theft, however petty, as a theft, and right in despising the meanness of the thief. Such meanness was strangely incompatible with Mr. Churchill's frank confession of his own faults. Could that confession be only for effect? Her admiration had been sometimes excited by a particular happiness of thought, beauty of expression, or melody of language in Mr. Churchill's conversation. Once Beauclerc had been speaking with enthusiasm of modern Greece, and his hopes that she might recover her ancient character, and Mr. Churchill, as if admiring the enthusiasm, yet tempering it with better judgment, smiled, paused, and answered. But Greece is a dangerous field for a political speculator. The imagination produces an illusion resembling the beautiful appearances which are sometimes exhibited in the Sicilian Straits. The reflected images of ancient Grecian glory pass in a rapid succession before the mental eye, and, delighted with the captivating forms of greatness and splendour, we forget for a moment that the scene is in reality a naked waste. Some people say they can distinguish between a written and a spoken style, but this depends a good deal on the art of the speaker. Churchill could give a colloquial tone to a ready written sentence, and could speak it with an offhand grace, a carelessness which defied all suspicion of preparation, and the look, and pause, and precipitation, each and all came in aid of the actor's power of perfecting the illusion. If you had heard and seen him, you would have believed that, in speaking this passage, the thought of the Fata Morgana rose in his mind at the instant, and that, seeing it pleased you, and pleased with it himself, encouraged by your look of intelligence, and borne along by her sympathy, the eloquent man followed his own idea with a happiness more than care, admirable in conversation. A few days afterwards, Helen was very much surprised to find her admired sentence word for word in a book, from which Churchill's card fell as she opened it. Persons without a name Horace treated as barbarians who did not know the value of their gold, and he seemed to think that, if they chanced to possess rings and jewels, they might be plucked from them without remorse, and converted to better use by some lucky civilized adventurer. Yet in his most successful piracies he was always haunted by the fear of discovery, and he especially dreaded the acute perception of Lady Davenant. He thought she suspected his arts of appropriation, and he took the first convenient opportunity of sounding her opinion on this point. "How I enjoy," he said to Lady Cecilia, "telling a good story to you, for you never ask if it is a fact. Now, in a good story, no one sticks to absolute fact. There must be some little embellishment. No one would send his own or a friend's story into the world without putting a hat on its head and a stick into its hand." Churchill triumphantly quoted. This time he did not steal. "But," said Lady Davenant, "I find that even the pleasure I have in mere characteristic or humorous narration is heightened by my dependence on the truth, the character, for truth, of the narrator." Not only Horace Churchill, but almost everybody present, except Helen, confessed that they could not agree with her. The character for truth of the storyteller had nothing to do with his story, unless it was historique, or he was to swear to it. "And even if it were historique," cried Horace, buoyed up at the moment by the tide in his favour, and floating out farther than was prudent, "and even if it were historique, how much pleasanter is graceful fiction than grim rigid truth, and how much more amusing, in my humble opinion." "Now," said Lady Davenant, "for instance, this book I am reading." It was Dumont's Memoires de Mirabeau. "This book, which I am reading, gives me infinitely increased pleasure from my certain knowledge, my perfect conviction of the truth of the author. The self-evident nature of some of the facts would support themselves, you may say, in some instances, but my perceiving the scrupulous care he takes to say no more than what he knows to be true, my perfect reliance on the relator's private character for integrity, gives a zest to every anecdote he tells, a specific weight to every word of conversation which he repeats, appropriate value to every trait of wit or humour characteristic of the person he describes. Without such belief, the characters would not have, to me, as they now have, all the power and charm and life of nature and reality. They are all now valuable as records of individual varieties that have positively so existed, while the most brilliant writer could, by fiction, have produced an effect valuable only as representing the general average of human nature, but adding nothing to our positive knowledge, to the data from which we can reason in future." Churchill understood Lady Davenant too well to stand quite unembarrassed as he listened, and when she went on to say how differently she should have felt in reading these memoirs if they had been written by Mirabeau himself, with all his brilliancy, all his talents, how inferior would have been her enjoyment as well as instruction, his shrinking conscience told him how this might all be applied to himself, Yet, strange to say, though somewhat abashed, he was nevertheless flattered by the idea of a parallel between himself and Mirabeau. To Mirabaud was no easy task. It was a certain road to notoriety, if not to honest fame. But even in the better parts of his character, his liberality in money matters, his good-natured patronage of rising genius, the meanness of his mind broke out. There was a certain young poetess whom he had encouraged. She happened to be sister to Mr. Mapleloft, Lord Davenant's secretary, and she had spoken with enthusiastic gratitude of Mr. Churchill's kindness. She was going to publish a volume of sonnets under Mr. Churchill's patronage, and, as she happened to be now at some country town in the neighbourhood, he requested Lady Cecilia to allow him to introduce this young authoress to her. She was invited for a few days to Clarendon Park, and Mr. Churchill was zealous to procure subscriptions for her, and eager to lend the aid of his fashion and his literary reputation to bring forward the merits of her book. Indeed, he whispered, he had given her some little help in the composition, and all went well till, in an evil hour, Helen praised one of the sonnets rather too much, more, he thought, than she had praised another, which was his own. His jealousy wakened, he began to criticize his protégé's poetry. Helen defended her admiration, and reminded him that he had himself recommended these lines to her notice. "Well, yes, I did say the best I could for the whole thing, and for her it is surprising, that is, I am anxious the publication should take. But if we come to compare, you know this cannot stand certain comparisons that might be made. Miss Stanley's own taste and judgment must perceive, when we talk of genius, that is quite out of the question, you know." Horace was so perplexed between his philanthropy and his jealousy, his desire to show the one and the incapability of concealing the other, that he became unintelligible, and Helen laughed and told him that she could not now understand what his opinion really was. She was quite ready to agree with him, she said, if he would but agree with himself. This made him disagree still more with himself, and unluckily with his better self. His benevolence quite gave way before his jealousy and ill humour, and he vented it upon the book, and instead of prophecies of its success, he now groaned over sad careless lines, passages that lead to nothing, similes that will not hold when you come to examine them. Helen pointed out in the dedication a pretty, a happy thought. Horace smiled, and confessed that it was his own. What! In the dedication to himself? And in the blindness of his vanity he did not immediately see the absurdity. The more he felt himself in the wrong, of course the more angry he grew, and it finished by his renouncing the dedication altogether, declaring he would have none of it. The book and the lady might find a better patron. There are things which no man of real generosity could say or do or think put him in ever so great a passion. He would not be harsh to an inferior, a woman, a protégé on whom he had conferred obligations, but Mr. Churchill was harsh. He showed neither generosity nor feeling, and Helen's good opinion of him sank to rise no more. Of this, however, he had not enough of the sympathy or penetration of feeling to be aware. End of Volume the Second, Chapter 2. Volume the Second, Chapter 3 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Second, Chapter 3. The party now at Clarendon Park consisted chiefly of young people. Among them were two cousins of Lady Cecilia's, whom Helen had known at Cecilhurst before they went abroad, while she was still almost a child. Lady Katrine Hawksby, the elder, was several years older than Cecilia. When Helen last saw her, she was tolerably well-looking, very fashionable, and remarkable for high spirits, with a love for quizzing, and for all that is vulgarly called fun, and a talent for ridicule, which she indulged at everybody's expense. She had always amused Cecilia, who thought her more diverting than really ill-natured. But Helen thought her more ill-natured than diverting, never liked her, and had her own private reasons for thinking that she was no good friend to Cecilia. But now, in consequence either of the wear and tear of London life, or of a disappointment in love or matrimony, she had lost the fresh plumpness of youth, and gone too was that spirit of mirth, if not of good humour, which used to enliven her countenance. Thin and sallow, the sharp features remained, and the sarcastic, without the arch expression. Still she had a very fashionable air. Her pretensions to youth, as her dress showed, were not gone, and her hope of matrimony, though declining, not set. Her many years younger sister, Louisa, now Lady Castlefort, was beautiful. As a girl she had been the most sentimental, refined, delicate creature conceivable, always talking poetry, and so romantic, with such a soft, sweet, die-away voice, lips apart, and such fine eyes, that could so ecstatically turn up to heaven, or be so cast down, charmingly fixed in contemplation. And now she is married, just the same. There she is, established in the library at Clarendon Park, with the most sentimental, fashionable novel of the day, beautifully bound, on the little rosewood table beside her, and a manuscript poem, a great secret, Love's Last Sigh, in her bag, with her smelling bottle and embroidered handkerchief, and on that beautiful arm she leaned so gracefully, with her soft languishing expression, so perfectly dressed, too, handsomer than ever. Helen was curious to know what sort of man Lady Louisa had married, for she recollected that no hero of any novel that ever was read, or talked of, came up to her idea of what a hero ought to be, of what a man must be, whom she could ever think of loving. Cecilia told Helen that she had seen Lord Castlefort, but that he was not Lord Castlefort, or likely to be Lord Castlefort, at that time, and she bade her guess, among all she could recollect ever having seen at Cecilhurst, who the man of Louisa's choice could be. Lady Katrine, with infinite forbearance, smiled, and gave no hint, while Helen guessed and guessed in vain. She was astonished when she saw him come into the room. He was a little deformed man, for whom Lady Louisa had always expressed to her companions a peculiar abhorrence. He had that look of conceit which unfortunately sometimes accompanies personal deformity, and which disgusts, even pities self. Lord Castlefort was said to have declared himself made for love and fighting. Helen remembered that kind-hearted Cecilia had often remonstrated for humanity's sake, and stopped the quizzing which used to go on in their private coteries, when the satirical elder sister would have it that le petit Bossu was in love with Louisa. But what could make her marry him? Was there anything within to make amends for the exterior? Nothing, nothing that could rid him of the lump behind, but superior to the metamorphoses of love, or of fairy tale, are the metamorphoses of fortune. Fortune had suddenly advanced him to uncounted thousands and a title, and no longer le petit Bossu. Lord Castlefort obtained the fair hand, the very fair hand, of Lady Louisa Hawksby, plus belle que fille. Still Helen could not believe that Louisa had married him voluntarily, but Lady Cecilia assured her that it was voluntarily, quite voluntarily. You could not have so doubted had you seen the trousseau and the corbeille, for you know le présent fait oublier le futur. Helen could scarcely smile. But Louisa had feeling, really some, continued Lady Cecilia, but she could not afford to follow it. She had got into such debt, I really do not know what she would have done if Lord Castlefort had not proposed, but she has some little heart, and I could tell you a secret, but no, I will leave you the pleasure of finding it out. It will be no pleasure to me, said Helen. I never saw anybody so out of spirits, cried Lady Cecilia, laughing, at another's unfortunate marriage, which all the time she thinks very fortunate. She is quite happy, and even Katrine does not laugh at him any longer. It is to be supposed it is no laughing matter now. No, indeed, said Helen. Nor a crying matter either, said Cecilia. Do not look shocked at me, my dear. I did not do it, but so many do, and I have seen it so often, that I cannot wonder with such a foolish face of blame. I do believe, my dear Helen, that you are envious because Louisa is married before you. For shame, my love, envy is a naughty passion. You know our Madame Bon used to say, but here's mamma, now talk to her about Louisa Castlefort, pray. Lady Davenant took the matter with great coolness, was neither shocked nor surprised at this match. She had known so many worse. Lord Castlefort, as well as she recollected, was easy enough to live with. And after all, said she, it is better than what we see every day, the fairest of the fair, knowingly, willingly giving themselves to the most profligate of the profligate. In short, the market is so overstocked with accomplished young ladies on the one hand, and on the other, men find wives and establishments so expensive, clubs so cheap, and so much more luxurious than any home, liberty not only so sweet but so fashionable, that their policy, their maxim is, marry not at all, or if marriage be ultimately necessary to pay debts and leave heirs to good names, marry as late as possible. And thus the two parties with their opposite interests stand at bay, or try to outwit or outbargain each other. And if you wish for the moral of the whole affair, here it is from the vulgar nursery maids, with their broad sense and bad English, and the good or bad French of the governess, to the elegant innuendo of the drawing room, all is working to the same effect, dancing masters, music masters, and all the tribe. What it is all for, but to prepare young ladies for the grand event, and to raise in them, besides the natural, a factitious and abstract idea of good in being married. Every girl in these days is early impressioned with the idea that she must be married, that she cannot be happy unmarried. Here is an example of what I mean the other day by strength of mind. It requires some strength of mind to be superior to such foolish, vain, and vulgar belief." "It will require no great strength of mind in me," said Helen, "for I really never have formed such notions. They never were early put into my head. My uncle always said a woman might be very unhappy married. I do not think I shall ever be seized with the terror of dying an old maid." "You are not come to that time yet, my dear," said Lady Davenant, smiling. "Look at Lady Katrine. Strength of mind on this one subject would have saved her from being a prey to envy and jealousy, and all the vulture passions of the mind. In the old French regime," continued Lady Davenant, "the young women were at least married safely out of their convents; but our young ladies, with their heads full of high flown poetry and sentimental novels, are taken out into the world before marriage, expected to see and not to choose, shown the most agreeable, and expected, doomed, to marry the most odious. But in all these marriages for establishment, the wives who have least feeling are not only likely to be the happiest, but also most likely to conduct themselves well. In the first place, they do not begin with falsehood. If they have no hearts, they cannot pretend to give any to the husband, and that is better than having given them to somebody else. Husband and wife, in this case, clearly understand the terms of agreement, expect, imagine no more than they have, and jog trot they go on together to the end of life very comfortably." "Comfortably!" exclaimed Helen. "It must be most miserable." "Not most miserable, Helen," said Lady Davenant. "Keep your pity for others, keep your sighs for those who need them, for the heart which no longer dares to utter a sigh for itself, the faint heart that dares to love, but dares not abide by its choice. Such infatuated creatures, with the roots of feeling left aching within them, must take what opiates they can find, and in after life, through all their married existence, their prayer must be for indifference, and thankful may they be if that prayer is granted." These words recurred to Helen that evening, when Lady Castlefort sang some tender and passionate airs, played on the harp with the true Saint Cecilia air and attitude, and at last, with charming voice and touching expression, sung her favourite, "Too late for redress." Both Mr. Churchill and Beauclerc were among the group of gentlemen. Neither was a stranger to her. Mr. Churchill admired and applauded as a connoisseur. Beauclerc listened in silence. Mr. Churchill entreated for more, and named several of his favourite Italian airs. Her ladyship really could not, but the slightest indication of a wish from Beauclerc was, without turning towards him, heard and attended to, as her sister failed not to remark, and to make others remark. Seizing a convenient pause while Mr. Churchill was searching for some masterpiece, Lady Katrine congratulated her sister on having recovered her voice, and declared that she had never heard her play or sing since she was married till to-night. "You may consider it as a very particular compliment, I assure you," continued she, addressing herself so particularly to Mr. Beauclerc that he could not help being a little out of countenance. "I have so begged and prayed, but she was never in voice or humour or heart or something. Yesterday, even Castlefort was almost on his knees for a song. Were you not, Lord Castlefort?" Lord Castlefort pinched his pointed chin, and casting up an angry look, replied in a dissonant voice, "I do not remember." "Tout faire, tout entendre, tout oublier," whispered Lady Katrine to Mr. Churchill, as she stooped to assist him in the search for a music book. "Tout voir, Tout entendre, tout oublier should be the motto adopted by all married people." Lady Castlefort seemed distressed, and turned over the leaves in such a flutter that she could not find anything, and she rose, in spite of all entreaties, leaving the place to her sister, who was, she said, so much better a musician, and not so foolishly nervous. Lady Castlefort said her voice always went away when she was at all. There it ended as far as words went, but she sighed and retired so gracefully that all the gentlemen pitied her. There is one moment in which ill nature sincerely repents, the moment when it sees pity felt for its victim. Horace followed Lady Castlefort to the ottoman, on which she sank. Beauclerc remained leaning on the back of Lady Katrine's chair, but without seeming to hear what she said or sung. After some time, Mr. Churchill, not finding his attentions well received, or weary of paying them, quitted Lady Castlefort, but sat down by Helen, and in a voice to be heard by her, but by no one else, he said, "What a relief! I thought I should never get away." Then, favoured by a loud bravura of Lady Katrine's, he went on, "That beauty, between you and me, is something of a bore. I don't mean the lady who is now screaming. She should always sing. Heaven blessed her with song, not sense. But here one is made so fastidious." He sighed, and for some moments seemed to be given up to the duet which Lady Katrine and an officer were performing, and then exclaimed, but so that Helen only could hear, "Merciful Heaven! How often one wishes one had no ears! That Captain Jones must be the son of a stentor, and that lady, if angels sometimes saw themselves in a looking glass when singing, there would be peace upon earth." Helen, not liking to be the secret receiver of his contraband good things, was rising to change her place, when softly detaining her, he said, "Do not be afraid. No danger. Trust me, for I have studied under Talma." "What can you mean?" "I mean," continued he, "that Talma taught me the secret of his dying scenes, how every syllable of his dying words might be heard to the furthest part of the audience, and I, give me credit for my ingenuity, now know, by reversing the art, to be perfectly inaudible at 10 paces distant, and yet, I trust, perfectly intelligible always to you." Helen now rose decidedly, and retreated to a table at the other side of the room, and turned over some books that lay there. She took up a volume of the novel Lady Castlefort had been reading, Love Unquestionable. She was surprised to find it instantly, gently but decidedly drawn from her hand. She looked up. It was Beauclerc. "I beg your pardon, Miss Stanley, but—" thank you," said Helen. "You need not beg my pardon." This was the first time Beauclerc had spoken in his friendly, cordial, natural manner to her, since their incomprehensible misunderstanding. She was heartily glad it was over, and that he was come to himself again. And now they conversed very happily together for some time, though what they said might not be particularly worth recording. Lady Katrine was at Helen's elbow before she perceived her looking for her sack, and Lady Castlefort came for her third volume, and, gliding off, wished to all felicissima notte. Neither of these sisters had ever liked Helen. She was too true for the one, and too good-natured for the other. Lady Katrine had always, even when she was quite a child, been jealous of Lady Cecilia's affection for Helen, and now her indignation and disappointment were great at finding her established at Clarendon Park, to live with the Clarendons, to go out with Lady Cecilia. Now it had been the plan of both sisters that Lady Katrine's present visit should be eternal. How would they ever have managed to fasten her ladyship upon the general, even if Helen had been out of the question, need not now be considered. Their disappointment and dislike to Helen were as great as if she had been the only obstacle to the fulfilment of their scheme. These two sisters had never agreed, doomed by fate to live in all the elegance of hate. And since Lady Castlefort's marriage, the younger, the beautiful being now the successful lady of the ascendant, the elder writhed in all the combined miseries of jealousy and dependence, and an every-day lessening chance of bettering her condition. Lord Castlefort, too, for good reasons of his own, well remembered, detested Lady Katrine, and longed to shake her off. In this wish, at least, husband and wife united, but Lady Castlefort had no decent excuse for her ardent impatience to get rid of her sister. She had magnificent houses in town and country, ample room everywhere, but in her heart. She had the smallest heart conceivable, and the coldest. But had it been ever so large, or ever so warm, Lady Katrine was surely not the person to get into it, or into any heart, male or female. There was the despair. If Katrine was but married, Mr. Churchill, suppose? Faint was the suppose in Lady Castlefort's imagination. Not so the hope which rose in Lady Katrine's mind the moment she saw him there. How fortunate! Her ladyship had now come to that no particular age when a remarkable metaphysical phenomenon occurs. On one particular subject hope increases as all probability of success decreases. This aberration of intellect is usually observed to be greatest in very clever women, while Mr. Churchill, the flattered object of her present hope, knew how to manage with great innocence and modesty, and drew her on to overt acts of what is called flirtation. Rousseau says that a man is always awkward and miserable when placed between two women to whom he is making love. But Rousseau had never seen Mr. Churchill, and had but an imperfect idea of the dexterity, the ambiguity, that in our days can be successfully practised by an accomplished male coquette. Absolutely, to blind female jealousy may be beyond his utmost skill, but it is easy, as every day's practice shows, to keep female vanity pleasantly perplexed by ocular deception, to make her believe that what she really sees she does not see, and that what is unreal is reality, to make her, to the amusement of the spectators, continually stretch out her hand to snatch the visionary good that forever eludes her grasp, or changes, on near approach, to grinning mockery. This delightful game was now commenced with Lady Katrine, and if Helen could be brought to take a snatch, it would infinitely increase the interest and amusement of the lookers on. Of this, however, there seemed little chance, but the evil eye of envy was set upon her, and the demon of jealousy was longing to work her woe. Lady Castlefort saw with scornful astonishment that Mr. Beauclerc's eyes, sometimes when she was speaking, or when she was singing, would stray to that part of the room where Miss Stanley might be, and when she was speaking to him, he was wonderfully absent. Her ladyship railed at him, while Lady Katrine, looking on, cleared her throat in her horrid way, and longed for an opportunity to discomfit Helen, which supreme pleasure her ladyship promised herself upon the first convenient occasion. Convenient meaning when Lady Davenant was out of the room, for Lady Katrine, though urged by prompting jealousy, dared not attack her when under cover of that protection. From long habit, even her sarcastic nature stood in awe of a certain power of moral indignation, which had at times flashed upon her, and of which she had a sort of superstitious dread, as of an incomprehensible, incalculable power. But temper will get the better of all prudence. Piqued by some little preference which Lady Cecilia had shown to Helen's taste in the choice of the colour of a dress, an occasion offered of signalizing her revenge which could not be resisted. It was a question to be publicly decided, whether blue, green, or white should be adopted for the lady's uniform at an approaching fête. She was deputed to collect the votes. All the company were assembled. Lady Davenant, out of the circle, as it was a matter that concerned her not, was talking to the gentlemen apart. Lady Katrine went round canvassing. Blue, green, or white? Say blue, pray. But when she came to Helen, she made a full stop, asked no question, preferred no prayer, but after fixing attention by her pause, said, I need not ask Miss Stanley's vote or opinion, as I know my cousins, and with Miss Stanley it is always, I say ditto to Lady Cecilia. Therefore, to save trouble, I always count 2 for Cecilia, 1 for herself, and 1 for her double. Right, Lady Katrine Hawksby, cried a voice from afar, which made her start. You are quite right to consider Helen Stanley as my daughter's double, for my daughter loves and esteems her as her second self, her better self. In this sense, Helen is Lady Cecilia's double, but if you mean— Bless me, I don't know what I meant, I declare. I could not have conceived that Lady Davenant— Miss Stanley— I beg 1,000,000,000 of pardons. Helen, with anxious good nature, pardoned before she was asked, and hastened to pass on to the business of the day, but Lady Davenant would not so let it pass. Her eye still fixed, she pursued the quailing enemy. One word more. In justice to my daughter, I must say her love has not been won by flattery, as none knows better than the Lady Katrine Hawksby. The unkindest cut of all, and on the tenderest part. Lady Katrine could not stand it. Conscious and trembling, she broke through the circle, fled into the conservatory, and closing the doors behind her, would not be followed by Helen, Cecilia, or anybody. Lady Castlefort sighed, at first breaking the silence that ensued, said, "'Tis such a pity that Katrine will always so let her wit run away with her. It brings her so continually into— For my part, in all humility, I must confess, I can't help thinking that, what with its being unfeminine and altogether so incompatible with what in general is thought amiable, I cannot but consider wit in a woman as a real misfortune. What say the gentlemen? They must decide, gentlemen being always the best judges." With an appealing tone of interrogation, she gracefully looked up to the gentlemen, and after a glance towards Granville Beauclerc, unluckily unnoticed or unanswered, her eyes expected reply from Horace Churchill. He, well feeling the predicament in which he stood, between a fool and a femme d'esprit, answered with his ambiguous smile, that no doubt it was a great misfortune to have plus d'esprit comme sa manière. "This is a misfortune," said Lady Davenant, "that may be deplored for a great genius once in an age, but is really rather of uncommon occurrence. People complain of wit where, 9 times in 10, poor wit is quite innocent, but such is the consequence of having kept bad company, wit and ill nature having been too often found together, When we see one we expect the other, and such an inseparable false association has been formed, that half the world take it for granted that there is wit if they do but see ill nature. At this moment Mr. Mapletoft, the secretary, entered with his face full of care, and his hands full of papers. Lady Katrine needed not to feign or feel any further apprehensions of Lady Davenant, for an hour afterwards it was announced that Lord and Lady Davenant were obliged to set off for town immediately. In the midst of her hurried preparations, Lady Davenant found a moment to comfort Helen with the assurance that, whatever happened, she would see her again. It might end in Lord Davenant's embassy being given up. At all events, she would see her again, so she hoped in a few weeks, perhaps in a few days. So no leave takings, my dear child, and no tears. It is best as it is. On my return let me find Lord Davenant's waiting, my lady." And she hurried away. End of volume the second, chapter 3. Volume the second, chapter 4 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the second, chapter 4. Absent or present, the guardian influence of a superior friend is one of the greatest blessings on earth. And after Lady Davenant's departure, Helen was so full of all she had said to her, and of all that she would approve or disapprove, that every action, almost every thought, was under the influence of her friend's mind. Continually she questioned her motives as well as examined her actions, and she could not but condemn some of her conduct, or if not her conduct, her manner, towards Horace Churchill. She had been flattered by his admiration, and had permitted his attentions more than she ought, when her own mind was perfectly made up as to his character. Ever since the affair of the poetess, she had been convinced that she could never make the happiness or redeem the character of one so mean. According to the ladies' code, a woman is never to understand that a gentleman's attentions mean anything more than common civility. She is supposed never to see his mind, however he may make it visible, till he declares it in words. But as Helen could not help understanding his manner, she thought it was but fair to make him understand her by her manner. She was certain that if he were once completely convinced, not only that he had not made any impression, but that he never could make any impression on her heart, his pursuit would cease. His vanity, mortified, might revenge itself upon her, perhaps, but this was a danger which she thought she ought to brave, and now she resolved to be quite sincere. As she said to herself, at whatever hazard, probably meaning at the hazard of displeasing Cecilia, she would make her own sentiments clear, and put an end to Mr. Churchill's ambiguous conduct, and this should be done on the very first opportunity. An opportunity soon occurred. Horace had a beautiful little topaz ring with which Lady Katrine Hawksby fell into raptures. Such a charming device! Cupid and Momus making the world their plaything. It was evident that Lady Katrine expected that the seal should be presented to her. Besides being extravagantly fond of baubles, she desired to have this homage from Horace. To her surprise and mortification, however, he was only quite flattered by her approving of his taste. It was his favourite seal, and so he kept the topaz, and the rogue was bit. Lady Katrine was the more mortified by this failure, because it was witnessed by many of the company, among whom, when she looked round, she detected smiles of provoking intelligence. Soon afterwards the dressing-bell rang, and she quitted the room. One after another everyone dropped off, except Helen, who was finishing a letter, and Horace, who stood at the hearth playing with his seal. When she came to sealing time, he approached and besought her to honour him by the acceptance of this little seal. If he could obliterate Momus, if he could leave only Cupid, it would be more appropriate. But it was a device invented for him by a French friend, and he hoped she would pardon his folly, and think only of his love. This was said so that it might pass either for a mere jest or for earnest. His look expressed very sentimental love, and Helen seized the moment to explain herself decidedly. It was a surprise, a great surprise to Mr. Churchill, a severe disappointment, not only to his vanity but to his heart, for he had one. It was some comfort, however, that he had not quite committed himself, and he recovered, even in the moment of disappointment, he recovered himself time enough dexterously to turn the tables upon Helen. He thanked her for her candour, for her great care of his happiness, in anticipating a danger which might have been so fatal to him, but he really was not aware that he had said anything which required so serious an answer. Afterwards he amused himself with Lady Katrine at Miss Stanley's expense, representing himself as in the most pitiable case of rejected addresses, rejected before he had offered. He had only been guilty of folly, and he was brought in guilty of love. Poor Helen had to endure not only this persiflage, which was soon made to reach her ear, but also the reproaches of Lady Cecilia, who said, "I should have warned you, Helen, not to irritate that man's relentless vanity. Now you see the consequences." "But, after all, what harm can he do me?" thought Helen. "It is very disagreeable to be laughed at, but still my conscience is satisfied, and that is a happiness that will last. All the rest will soon be over. I am sure I did the thing awkwardly, but I am glad it is done." Mr. Churchill soon afterwards received an invitation, a command to join a royal party now at some watering place. An illustrious person could not live another day without Horace le Désiré. He showed the note, and acted despair at being compelled to go, and then he departed. To the splendid party he went, and drowned all recollections of whatever love he had felt in the fresh intoxication of vanity, a diurnal stimulus which, however degrading, and he did feel it degrading, was now become necessary to his existence. His departure from Clarendon Park was openly regretted by Lady Cecilia, while Lady Katrine secretly mourned over the downfall of her projects, and Beauclerc attempted not to disguise his satisfaction. He was all life and love, and would then certainly have declared his passion, but for an extraordinary change which now appeared in Helen's manner towards him. It seemed unaccountable, it could not be absolute caprice, she did not even treat him as a friend, and she evidently avoided explanation. He thought, and came as near the truth without touching it as possible. He concluded that she had understood his joy at Churchill's departure, that she now clearly perceived his attachment, and was determined against him. Not having the slightest idea that she considered him as a married man, he could not even guess the nature of her feelings. And all the time Helen did not well understand herself, she began to be extremely alarmed at her own feelings, to dread that there was something not quite right. This dread, which had come and gone by fits, this doubt as to her own sentiments, was first excited by the death of her dove, Beauclerc's gift. The poor dove was found one morning drowned in the marble vase in which it went to drink. Helen was very sorry, that was surely natural, but she was wonderfully concerned. Lady Katrine scoffingly said, and before everybody, before Beauclerc, worse than all, her ladyship represented to the best of her ability the attitude in which she had found Helen mourning over her misfortune, the dove in her hand pressed close to her bosom, and in tears, absolutely. She would swear to the tears. Helen blushed, tried to laugh, and acknowledged it was very foolish. Well, that passed off as only foolish, and she did not at first feel that it was a thing much to be ashamed of in any other way. But she was sorry that Beauclerc was, by when Lady Katrine mimicked her, most sorry that he should think her foolish. But then did he? His looks expressed tenderness. He was very tender-hearted. Really manly men always are so, and so she observed to Lady Cecilia. Lady Katrine heard the observation, and smiled, her odious smile, implying more than words could say. Helen was not quite clear, however, what it meant to say. Some days afterwards Lady Katrine took up a book, in which Helen's name was written in Beauclerc's hand. "Gage d'amitié," said her ladyship, and she walked up and down the room, humming the air of an old French song, interrupting herself now and then to ask her sister if she could recollect the words. The refrain, if I remember right, is something like this: Sur le nom d'amitié, sur le nom d'amitié, la moitié du monde trompé, l'autre moitié, sur le nom, sur le nom, sur le nom d'amitié. And it ends with Sur le nom d'amitié, d'amant, je vous adore, sur le nom d'amitié. Miss Stanley, do you know that song? Concluded her malicious ladyship. No, Miss Stanley had never heard it before, but the marked emphasis with which Lady Katrine sung and looked made Helen clear that she meant to apply the words tauntingly to her and Beauclerc. But which of them her ladyship suspected was cheating or cheated, sur le nom d'amitié, she did not know. All was confusion in her mind. After a moment's cooler reflection, however, she was certain it could not be Beauclerc who was to blame, it must be herself, and she now very much wished that everybody, and Lady Katrine in particular, should know that Mr. Beauclerc was engaged, almost married. If this were but known, it would put an end to all such imputations. The first time she could speak to Cecilia on the subject, she begged to know how soon Mr. Beauclerc's engagement would be declared. Lady Cecilia slightly answered she could not tell, and when Helen pressed the question, she asked, "Why are you so anxious, Helen?" Helen honestly told her, and Lady Cecilia only laughed at her for minding what Lady Katrine said. When you know yourself, Helen, how it is, what can it signify what mistakes others may make? But Helen grew more and more uneasy, for she was not clear that she did know how it was, with herself at least. Her conscience faltered, and she was not sure whether she was alarmed with or without reason. She began to compare feelings that she had read of, and feelings that she had seen in others, and feelings that were new to herself, and in this maze and mist nothing was distinct, much was magnified, all alarming. One day Beauclerc was within view of the windows on horseback, on a very spirited horse, which he managed admirably, but a shot fired suddenly in an adjoining preserve so startled the horse that oh, what it did Helen did not see, she was so terrified. And why was she so much terrified? She excused herself by saying it was natural to be frightened for any human creature. But, on the other hand, Tom Isdall was a human creature, and she had seen him last week actually thrown from his horse, and had not felt much concern. But then he was not a friend, and he fell into a soft ditch, and there was something ridiculous in it which prevented people from caring about it. With such nice casuistry, she went on pretty well, and besides, she was so innocent, so ignorant, that it was easy for her to be deceived. She went on, telling herself that she loved Beauclerc as a brother, as she loved the general, but when she came to comparisons, she could not but perceive a difference. Her heart never bounded on the general's appearance, let him appear ever so suddenly, as it did one day when Beauclerc returned unexpectedly from Old Forest. Her whole existence seemed so altered by his approach, his presence or his absence. Why was this? Was there anything wrong in it? She had nobody whose judgment she could consult, nobody to whom she could venture to describe her feelings, or lay open her doubts and scruples. Lady Cecilia would only laugh, and she could not quite trust either her judgment or her sincerity, though she knew her affection. Besides, after what Cecilia had said of her being safe, after all she had told her of Beauclerc's engagement, how astonished and shocked Cecilia would be! Then Helen resolved that she would keep a strict watch over herself, and repress all emotion, and be severe with her own mind to the utmost, and it was upon this resolution that she had changed her manner, without knowing how much, towards Beauclerc. She was certain he meant nothing but friendship. It was her fault if she felt too much pleasure in his company. The same things were, as she wisely argued, right or wrong according to the intention with which they were said, done, looked, or felt. Rigidly she inflicted on herself the penance of avoiding his delightful society, and to make sure that she did not try to attract, she repelled him with all her power, though she never could make herself cold and stiff and disagreeable enough to satisfy her conscience. Then she grew frightened at Beauclerc's looks of astonishment, feared he would ask explanation, avoided him more and more. Then, on the other hand, she feared he might guess and interpret wrong, or rather right, this change, and back she changed, tried in vain to keep the just medium. She had lost the power of measuring. Altogether she was very unhappy, and so was Beauclerc. He found her incomprehensible, and thought her capricious. His own mind was fluttered with love, so that he could not see or judge distinctly, else he might have seen the truth, and sometimes, though free from conceit, he did hope it might be all love. But why then so determined to discourage him? He had advanced sufficiently to mark his intentions. She could not doubt his sincerity. He would see farther before he ventured farther. He thought a man was a fool who proposed before he had tolerable reason to believe he should not be refused. Lord Beltravers and his sisters were now expected at Old Forest immediately, and Beauclerc went thither early every morning, to press forward the preparations for the arrival of the family, and he seldom returned till dinner time, and every evening Lady Castlefort contrived to take possession of him. It appeared to be indeed as much against his will as it could be between a well-bred man and a high-bred belle, but to do her bidding seemed if not a moral, at least a polite necessity. She had been spoiled, she owned, by foreign attentions, not French, for that is all gone now at Paris, but Italian manners, which she so much preferred. She did not know how she could live out of Italy, and she must convince Lord Castlefort that the climate was necessary for her health. Meanwhile she adopted, she acted, what she conceived to be foreign manners, and with an exaggeration common with those who have very little sense and a vast desire to be fashionable with a certain set. Those who knew her best, all but her sister Katrine, who shook her head, were convinced that there was really no harm in Lady Castlefort, only vanity and folly. How frequently folly leads farther than fools ever, or wise people often foresee, we need not here stop to record. On the present occasion, all at Clarendon Park, even those most inclined to scandal, persons who, by the bye, may be always known by their invariable preface of "I hate all scandal," agreed that no one so far could behave better than Granville Beauclerc, so far, as yet. But all the elderly who had any experience of this world, all the young who had any intuitive prescience in the matters, could not but fear that things could not long go on as they were now going. It was sadly to be feared that so young a man, and so very handsome a man, and such an admirer of beauty and grace and music, and of such an enthusiastic temper, must be in danger of being drawn on farther than he was aware, and before he knew what he was about. The general heard and saw all that went on without seeming to take heed. Only once he asked Cecilia how long she thought her cousins would stay. She did not know, but she said she saw he wished them to be what they were not, cousins once removed, and quite agreed with him. He smiled, for a man is always well pleased to find his wife agree with him in disliking her cousins. One night, one fine moonlit night, Lady Castlefort, standing at the conservatory door with Beauclerc, after talking an inconceivable quantity of nonsense about her passion for the moon, and her notions about the stars, and congenial souls born under the same planet, proposed to him a moonlight walk. The general was at the time playing at chess with Helen, and had the best of the game, but at that moment he made a false move, was checkmated, rose hastily, threw the men together on the board, and forgot to regret his shameful defeat, or to compliment Helen upon her victory. Lady Castlefort, having just discovered that the fatality nonsense about the stars would not quite do for Beauclerc, had been the next instant seized with a sudden passion for astronomy. She must see those charming rings of Saturn, which she had heard so much of, which the general was showing Miss Stanley the other night. She must beg him to lend his telescope. She came up with her sweetest smile to trouble the general for his glass. Lord Castlefort, following, objected strenuously to her going out at night. She had been complaining of a bad cold when he wanted her to walk in the daytime. She would only make it worse by going out in the night air. If she wanted to see Saturn and his rings, the general, he was sure, would fix a telescope at the window for her. But that would not do, she must have a moonlight walk. She threw open the conservatory door, beckoned to Mr. Beauclerc, and how it ended Helen did not stay to see. She thought that she ought not even to think on the subject, and she went away as fast as she could. It was late, and she went to bed, wishing to be up early, to go on with a drawing she was to finish for Mrs. Collingwood. A view by the river side, that view which had struck her fancy as so beautiful the day she went first to Old Forest. Early the next morning, and a delightful morning it was, she was up and out, and reached the spot from which her sketch was taken. She was surprised to find her little camp stool, which she had looked for in vain in the hall, in its usual place, set here ready for her, and on it a pencil nicely cut. Beauclerc must have done this, but he was not in general an early riser. However, she concluded that he had gone over thus early to Old Forest, to see his friend Lord Beltravers, who was to have arrived the day before with his sisters. She saw a boat rowing down the river, and she had no doubt he was gone, but just as she had settled to her drawing, she heard the jovial bark of Beauclerc's dog Nelson, who came bounding towards her, and the next moment his master appeared, coming down the path from the wood. With quick steps he came till he was nearly close to her, then slackened his pace. "Good morning," said Helen. She tried to speak with composure, but her heart beat. She could not help feeling surprise at seeing him, but it was only surprise. "I thought you were gone to Old Forest," said she. "Not yet," said he. His voice sounded different from usual, and she saw in him some suppressed agitation. She endeavoured to keep her own manner unembarrassed. She thanked him for the nicely cut pencil, and the exactly well placed seat. He advanced a step or two nearer, stooped, and looked close at her drawing, but he did not seem to see or know what he was looking at. At this moment Nelson, who had been too long unnoticed, put up one paw on Miss Stanley's arm, unseen by his master, and encouraged by such gentle reproof as Helen gave, his audacious paw was on top of her drawing book the next moment, and the next upon the drawing, and the paw was wet with dew. "Nelson!" exclaimed his master in an angry tone. "Oh, do not scold him!" cried Helen. "Do not punish him. The drawing is not spoiled, only wet, and it will be as well as ever when it is dry." Beauclerc ejaculated something about the temper of an angel, while she patted Nelson's penitent head. "As the drawing must be left to dry," said Beauclerc, "perhaps Miss Stanley would do me the favour to walk as far as the landing place, where the boat is to meet me, to take me, if I must go to Old Forest," and he sighed. She took his offered arm and walked on, surprised, confused, wondering what he meant by that sigh and that look, and that strong emphasis on must. If I must go to Old Forest. Was not it a pleasure? Was it not his own choice? What could he mean? What could be the matter? A vague, agitating idea rose in her mind, but she put it from her, and they walked on for some minutes, both silent. They entered the wood, and feeling the silence awkward, and afraid that he should perceive her embarrassment, and that he should suspect her suspicion, she exerted herself to speak, to say something, no matter what. "It is a charming morning." After a pause of absence of mind, he answered, "Charming, very." Then stopping short, he fixed his eyes upon Helen with an expression that she was afraid to understand. It could hardly bear any interpretation but one, and yet that was impossible, ought to be impossible,
from a man in Beauclerc's circumstances, engaged, almost a married man, as she had been told to consider him. She did not know at this moment what to think. Still she thought she must mistake him, and she should be excessively ashamed of such a mistake, and now more strongly felt the dread that he should see and misinterpret, or interpret too rightly her emotion. She walked on quicker, and her breath grew short, and her colour heightened. He saw her agitation. A delightful hope arose in his mind. It was plain she was not indifferent. He looked at her, but dared not look long enough, feared that he was mistaken. But the embarrassment seemed to change its character even as he looked, and now it was more like displeasure. Decidedly she appeared displeased. And so she was, for she thought now that he must either be trifling with her, or, if serious, must be acting most dishonourably. Her good opinion of him must be destroyed for ever if, as now it seemed, he wished to make an impression upon her heart. Yet still she tried not to think, not to see it. She was sorry, she was very wrong to let such an idea into her mind, and still her agitation increased. Quickly as she turned from him these thoughts passed in her mind, alternately angry and ashamed, and at last, forcing herself to be composed, telling herself she ought to see farther, and at least to be certain before she condemned him. Condemned so kind, so honourable a friend, while the fault might be all her own. She now, in a softened tone, as if begging pardon for the pain she had given, and the injustice she had done him, said some words, insignificant in themselves, but from the voice of kindness charming to Beauclerc's ear and soul. "Are we not walking very fast?" said she, breathless. He slackened his pace instantly, and with a delighted look, while she, in a hurried voice, added, "But do not let me delay you. There is the boat. You must be in haste, impatient." "In haste, impatient, to leave you, Helen?" She blushed deeper than he had ever seen her blush before. Beauclerc in general knew which blush was anger's, which was love's. But now he was so much moved he could not decide at the first glance. At the second, there was no doubt, it was anger, not love. Her arm was withdrawn from his. He was afraid he had gone too far. He had called her Helen. He begged pardon, half humbly, half proudly. "I beg pardon, Miss Stanley. I should have said. I see I have offended. I fear I have been presumptuous, but Lady Davenant taught me to trust to Miss Stanley's sincerity, and I was encouraged by her expressions of confidence and friendship." "Friendship! Oh yes, Mr. Beauclerc," said Helen, in a hurried voice, eagerly seizing on and repeating the word friendship. "Yes, I have always considered you as a friend. I am sure I shall always find you a sincere, good friend." "Friend," he repeated in a disappointed tone. All his hopes sunk. She took his arm again, and he was displeased even with that. She was not the being of real sensibility he had fancied. She was not capable of real love. So vacillated his heart and his imagination, and so quarrelled he alternately every instant with her and with himself. He could not understand her, or decide what he should next do or say himself. And there was the boat nearing the land, and they were going on, toward it in silence. He sighed. It was a sigh that could not but be heard and noticed. It was not meant to be noticed, and yet it was. What could she think of it? She could not believe that Beauclerc meant to act treacherously. This time she was determined not to take anything for granted, not to be so foolish as she had been with Mr. Churchill. "Is not that your boat that I see rowing close?" "Yes, I believe certainly, yes," said he. But now the vacillation of Beauclerc's mind suddenly ceased. Desperate, he stopped her, as she would have turned down that path to the landing place where the boat was mooring. He stood full across the path. "Miss Stanley, one word. By one word, one look, decide. You must decide for me whether I stay, or go, forever."
"I, Mr. Beauclerc!"
The look of astonishment, more than astonishment, almost of indignation, silenced him completely, and he stood dismayed. She pressed onwards, and he no longer stopped her path. For an instant he submitted in despair. "Then I must not think of it. I must go, must I, Miss Stanley? Will not you listen to me, Helen? Advise me, let me open my heart to you as a friend." She stopped under the shady tree beneath which they were passing, and, leaning against it, she repeated,
"As a friend! But no, no, Mr. Beauclerc, no, I am not the friend you should consult. Consult the general, your guardian."
"I have consulted him, and he approves."
"You have? That is well, that is well at all events," cried she. "If he approves, then all is right."
There was a ray of satisfaction on her countenance. He looked as if considering what she exactly meant. He hoped again, and was again resolved to hazard the decisive words. "If you knew all," and he pressed her arm closer to him, "if I might tell you all." Helen withdrew her arm decidedly.
"I know all," said she, "all I ought to know, Mr. Beauclerc."
"You know all?" cried he, astonished at her manner. "You know the circumstances in which I am placed?" He alluded to the position in which he stood with Lady Castlefort. She thought he meant with respect to Lady Blanche, and she answered,
"Yes, I know all,"
and her eye turned towards the boat. "I understand you," said he. "You think I ought to go."
"Certainly," said she. It never entered into her mind to doubt the truth of what Lady Cecilia had told her, and she had at first been so much embarrassed by the fear of betraying what she felt she ought not to feel, and she was now so shocked by what she thought his dishonourable conduct, that she repeated almost in a tone of severity, "Certainly, Mr. Beauclerc, you ought to go." The words, "since you are engaged, you know you are engaged," she was on the point of adding, but Lady Cecilia's injunctions not to tell him that she had betrayed his secret stopped her. He looked at her for an instant, and then abruptly, and in great agitation, said, "May I ask, Miss Stanley, if your affections are engaged?" "Is that a question, Mr. Beauclerc, which you have a right to ask me?"
"I have no right, no right, I acknowledge. I am answered." He turned away from her, and ran down the bank towards the boat, but returned instantly, and exclaimed, "If you say to me, go, I am gone for ever."
"Go," Helen firmly pronounced. "You never can be more than a friend to me. Oh, never be less. Go."
"I am gone," said he. "You shall never see me more." He went, and a few seconds afterwards she heard the splashing of his oars. He was gone. Oh, how she wished that they had parted sooner, a few minutes sooner, even before he had so looked, so spoken.
"Oh, that we had parted while I might have still perfectly esteemed him! But now."
of volume the second, chapter 4.
Volume the second, chapter 5 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth, Volume the second, Chapter 5. When Helen attempted to walk, she trembled so much that she could not move, and leaning against the tree under which she was standing, she remained fixed for some time almost without thought. Then she began to recollect what had been before all this, and as soon as she could walk, she went back for her drawing book, threw from her the pencil which Beauclerc had cut, and made her way home as fast as she could, and up to her own room without meeting anybody, and as soon as she was there she bolted the door and threw herself upon her bed. She had by this time a dreadful headache, and she wanted to try and get rid of it in time for breakfast. That was her first object, but her thoughts were so confused that they could not fix upon anything rightly. She tried to compose herself, and to think the whole affair over again, but she could not. There was something so strange in what had passed, the sudden, the total change in her opinion, her total loss of confidence. She tried to put all thoughts and feelings out of her mind, and just to lie stupefied, if she could, that she might get rid of the pain in her head. She had no idea whether it was late or early, and was going to get up to look at her watch, when she heard the first bell half an hour before breakfast, and this was the time when Cecilia usually opened the door between their rooms. She dreaded the sound, but when she had expected it some minutes, she became impatient even for that which she feared. She wanted to have it over, and she raised herself on her elbow, and listened with acute impatience. At last the door was thrown wide open, and bright and gay as ever, in came Cecilia, but at the first sight of Helen on her bed, wan and miserable, she stopped short. "My dearest Helen, what can be the matter?" "Mr. Beauclerc—" "Well, what of him?" cried Cecilia, and she smiled. "Oh, Cecilia, do not smile! You cannot imagine—"
"Oh, yes, but I can," cried Cecilia. "I see how it is. I understand it all, and miserable and amazed as you look at this moment, I will set all right for you in one word. He is not going to be married, not engaged." Helen started up.
"Not engaged!"
"No more than you are, my dear. Oh, I am glad to see your colour come again."
"Thank heaven!" cried Helen. "Then he is not—"
"A villain? Not at all. He is all that's right, all that is charming, my dear. So thank heaven, and be as happy as you please."
"But I cannot understand it," said Helen, sinking back. "I really cannot understand how it is, Cecilia."
Cecilia gave her a glass of water in great haste, and was very sorry, and very glad, and begged forgiveness, and all in a breath; but as yet Helen did not know what she had to forgive, till it was explained to her in direct words, that Cecilia had told her not only what was not true, but what she at the time of telling knew to be false.
"For what purpose? Oh, my dear Cecilia, all to save me from a little foolish embarrassment at first, you have made us miserable at last."
"Miserable, my dear Helen, at worst miserable only for half an hour. Nonsense, lie down again, and rest your poor head. I will go this minute to Granville. Where is he?" "Gone, gone for ever. Those were his last words." "Impossible! Absurd! Only what a man says in a passion. But where is he gone? Only to Old Forest. Gone for ever, gone till dinner time, probably coming back at this moment in all haste, like a true lover, to beg your pardon for your having used him abominably ill. Now smile, do not shake your head, and look so wretched, but tell me exactly, word for word, and look for look, all that passed between you, and then I shall know what is best to be done." Word for word Helen could not answer, for she had been so much confused, but she told to the best of her recollection, and Cecilia still thought no great harm was done. She only looked a little serious from the apprehension, now the real, true apprehension, of what might happen about Lady Blanche, who, as she believed, was at Old Forest. Men are so foolish, men in love so rash. Beauclerc, in a fit of anger and despair on being so refused by the woman he loved, might go and throw himself at the feet of another for whom he did not care in the least, in a strange sort of revenge. But I know how to settle it all, and I will do it this moment." But Helen caught hold of her hand, and firmly detaining it, absolutely objected to her doing anything without telling her exactly and truly what she was going to do. Lady Cecilia assured her that she was only going to inquire from the general whether Lady Blanche was with her sister at Old Forest or not. "Listen to me, my dear Helen. What I am going to say can do no mischief. If Lady Blanche is there, then the best thing to be done is, for me to go immediately, this very morning, to pay the ladies a visit on their coming to the country, and I will bring back Granville. A word will bring him back. I will only tell him there was a little mistake, or, if you think it best, I will tell him the whole truth. Let me go, only let me go and consult the general before the breakfast bell rings, for I shall have no time afterwards." Helen let her go, for as Beauclerc had told her that he had opened his mind to the general, she thought it was best that he should hear all that had happened. The moment the general saw Lady Cecilia come in, he smiled and said, "Well, my dear Cecilia, you have seen Helen this morning, and she has seen Beauclerc. What is the result? Does he stay or go?" "He is gone," said Cecilia. The general looked surprised and sorry. "He did not propose for her," continued Cecilia. "He did not declare himself. He only began to sound her opinion of him, and she contrived to misunderstand, to offend him, and he is gone, but only to Old Forest, and we can have him back again directly." "That is not likely," said the general, "because I know that Beauclerc had determined, that if he went he would not return for some time. Your friend Helen was to decide. If she gave him any hope, that is, permitted him to appear as her declared admirer, he could, with propriety, happiness, and honour, remain here. If not, my dear Cecilia, you must be sensible that he is right to go." "Gone for some time," repeated Cecilia. "You mean as long as Lady Castlefort is here?" "Yes," said the general. "I wish she was gone, I am sure, with all my heart," said Cecilia. "But in the meantime, tell me, my dear Clarendon, do you know whether Lord Beltravers' sisters are at Old Forest?" The general did not think that Lady Blanche had arrived. He was not certain, but he knew that the Countess de St. Cymon had arrived yesterday. "Then," said Cecilia, "it would be but civil to go to see the Countess. I will go this morning." General Clarendon answered instantly, and with decision, that she must not think of such a thing, that it could not be done. Madame de St. Cymon is a woman of doubtful reputation, not a person with whom Lady Cecilia Clarendon ought to form any acquaintance. No, not form an acquaintance, I'm quite aware of that, and eagerly she pleaded that she had no intention of doing anything, but just one morning visit paid and returned, you know, leads to nothing. Probably we shall neither of us be at home, and never meet, and really it would be such a marked thing not to pay this visit to the Beltravers family on their return to the country. Formerly there was such a good understanding between the Foresters and your father, and really hospitality requires it. Altogether this one visit really must be paid, it cannot be helped, so I will order the carriage." "It must not be done," the general said. "It is a question of right, not of expediency." "Right, but there is nothing really wrong, surely. I believe all that has been said of her is scandal. Nobody is safe against reports. The public papers are so scandalous. While a woman lives with her husband, it is but charitable to suppose all is right. That's the rule. Besides, we should not throw the first stone." Then Lady Cecilia pleaded, Lady this and Lady that, and the whole county, without the least scruple, would visit Madame de St. Cymon. "Lady this and Lady that may do as they please, or as their husbands think proper or improper, that is no rule for Lady Cecilia Clarendon, and as to the whole county, or the whole world, what is that to me, when I have formed my own determination?" The fact was, that at this very time Madame de St. Cymon was about to be separated from her husband. A terrible discovery had just been made. Lord Beltravers had brought his sister to Old Forest to bide her from London disgrace. There he intended to leave her to rusticate, while he should follow her husband to Paris immediately, to settle the terms of separation or divorce. "Beauclerc, no doubt, will go to Paris with him," said the general. "To Paris! When will he set out?" "To day, directly, if Helen has decidedly rejected him; but you say he did not declare himself. Pray tell me all at once." And if she had done so, all might have been well, but she was afraid. Her husband was as exact about some things as her mother. He would certainly be displeased at the deception she had practised on Helen. She could not tell him that, not at this moment, for she had just fooled him to the top of his bent about this visit. She would find a better time, so she dreaded the instant change of his smile, the look of disapprobation. She was so cowardly, in short, the present pain of displeasing, the consequences even of her own folly, she never could endure, and to avoid it she had always recourse to some new evasion. And now, when Helen, her dear Helen's happiness was at stake, she faltered, she paltered. She would not for the world do her any wrong, but still she thought she could manage without telling the whole. She would tell nothing but the truth. So after a moment's hesitation, while all these thoughts went through her mind, when the general repeated his question, and begged to know at once what was passing in her little head, she smiled in return for that smile which played on her husband's face while he fondly looked upon her, and she answered, "I am thinking of poor Helen. She has made a sad mistake, and has a horrid headache at this moment. In short, she has offended Beauclerc past endurance, past his endurance, and he went off in a passion before she found out her mistake. In short, we must have him back again. Could you go, my dear love, or write directly?" "First let me understand," said the general, Miss Stanley has made a mistake. What mistake?" "She thought Beauclerc was engaged to Lady Blanche." "How could she think so? What reason had she?" "She had been told so by somebody." "Somebody! That eternal scandal monger Lady Katrine, I suppose." "No, not Lady Katrine," said Cecilia; "but I am not at liberty to tell you whom." "No matter. But Miss Stanley is not a fool. She could not believe somebody or anybody, contrary to common sense." "No, but Beauclerc did not come quite to proposing, and you know she had been blamed for refusing Mr. Churchill before she was asked; and in short, in love, people do not always know what they are about." "I do not understand one word of it," said the general; "nor, I am sure, do you, my dear Cecilia." "Yes, I really do, but—" "My dear Cecilia, I assure you it is always best to let people settle their love affairs their own way." "Yes, certainly, I would not interfere in the least, only to get Granville back again, and then let them settle it their own way. Cannot you call at Old Forest?" "No." "Could you not write?" "No, not unless I know the whole. I will do nothing in the dark. Always tell your confessor, your lawyer, your physician, your friend, your whole case, or they are fools or rogues if they act for you. Go back and repeat this to Helen Stanley from me." "But, my dear, she will think it is so unkind." "Let her show me how I can serve her, and I will do it." "Only write a line to Beauclerc. Say, Beauclerc, come back. Here has been a mistake." She would have put a pen into his hand, and held paper to him. "Let me know the whole, and then, and not till then, can I judge whether I should be doing right for her or not." The difficulty of telling the whole had increased to Lady Cecilia, even from the hesitation and prevarication she had now made. "Let me see Helen. Let me speak to her myself, and learn what this strange nonsensical mystery is." He was getting impatient. "Cannot I see Miss Stanley?" "Why, no, my dear love, not just now, she has such a headache. She is lying down. There's the breakfast bell. After breakfast, if you please. But I am clear she would rather not speak to you herself on the subject." "Then come down to breakfast, my dear, and let her settle it her own way. That is much the best plan. Interference in love matters always does mischief. Come to breakfast, my dear. I have no time to lose. I must be off to a court martial." He looked at his watch, and Cecilia went half downstairs with him, and then ran back, to keep Helen quiet by the assurance that all would be settled, all would be right, and that she would send her up some breakfast. She must not think of coming down. And Cecilia lamented half breakfast time, how subject to headaches poor Helen was, and through this and through all other conversation she settled what she would do for her. As the last resource, she would tell the whole truth, not to her husband, she loved him too well to face his displeasure for one moment, but to Beauclerc, and writing would be so much easier than speaking. Without being put to the blush, she could explain it all to Beauclerc, and turn it playfully, and he would be so happy that he would be only too glad to forgive her, and to do anything she asked. She concocted and wrote a very pretty letter, in which she took all the blame fully on herself, did perfect justice to Helen, said she wrote without her knowledge, and depended entirely upon his discretion, so he must come back of his own accord, and keep her counsel. This letter, however, she could not despatch so soon as she had expected. She could not send a servant with it till the general should be off to his court martial. Now, had Cecilia gone the straightforward way to work, her husband could in that interval, and would, have set all to rights. But this to Cecilia was impossible. She could only wait, in an agony of impatience, till the general and his officers were all out of the way, and then she despatched a groom with her letter to Old Forest, and desired him to return as fast as possible, while she went to Helen's room to while away the time of anxious suspense as well as she could, and she soon succeeded in talking herself into excellent spirits again. "Now, my dear Helen, if that unlucky mistake had not been made, if you had not fancied that Granville was married already, and if he had actually proposed for you, what would you have said? In short, would you have accepted him?" "Oh, Cecilia, I do hope he will understand how it all was. I hope he will believe that I esteem him as I always did. As to love—" Helen paused, and Lady Cecilia went on. "As to love, nobody knows anything about it till it comes, and here it is coming, I do believe," continued she, looking out of the window. No, not Mr. Beauclerc, but the man she had sent with her letter, galloping towards the house. Disappointed not to see Beauclerc himself, she could only conclude that as he had not his horse with him, he was returning in the boat. The answer to her letter was brought in. At the first glance on the direction, her countenance changed. Not Granville's hand! What can have happened? She tore open the note. "He is gone, gone with Lord Beltravers, set off, gone to Paris." Helen said not one word, and Cecilia, in despair, repeated, "Gone, gone, absolutely gone. Nothing more can be done. Oh, that I had done nothing about it! All has failed. Heaven knows what may happen now. Oh, if I could but have let it all alone! I never, never can forgive myself. My dear Helen, be angry with me, reproach me, pray, pray reproach me, as I deserve." But Helen could not blame one who so blamed herself, one who, however foolish and wrong she had done it all from the kindest motives. In the agony of her penitence, she now told Helen all that had passed between her and the general, that, to avoid the shame of confessing to him her first deception, she had gone on another and another step in these foolish evasions, contrivances, and mysteries; how, thinking she could manage it, she had written without his knowledge; and now, to complete her punishment, not only had everything which she had attempted failed, but a consequence which she could never have foreseen had happened. Here I am with a note actually in my hand from this horrid Madame de St. Cymon, whom Clarendon absolutely would not hear of my even calling upon. Look what she writes to me. She just took advantage of this opportunity to begin a correspondence before an acquaintance. But I will never answer her. Here is what she says: "The Comtesse de St. Cymon exceedingly regrets that Lady Cecilia Clarendon's servant did not arrive in time to deliver her ladyship's letter into Mr. Beauclerc's own hand. Mr. B. left Old Forest with Lord Beltravers early to day for Paris. The Countess de St. Cymon, understanding that Lady Cecilia Clarendon is anxious that there should be as little delay as possible in forwarding her letter, and calculating that if returned by her ladyship's servant it must be too late for this day's post from Clarendon Park, has forwarded it immediately with her own letters to Paris, which cannot fail to meet Mr. Beauclerc directly on his arrival there." "Oh!" cried Lady Cecilia, "how angry the general would be if he knew of this!" She tore the note to the smallest bits as she spoke, and threw them away, and next she begged that Helen would never say a word about it. There was no use in telling the general what would only vex him, and what could not be helped, and what could lead to nothing, for she should never answer this note, nor have any further communication of any kind with Madame de St. Simon. Helen, nevertheless, thought it would be much better to tell the general of it, and she wondered how Cecilia could think of doing otherwise, and just when she had so strongly reproached herself and repented of these foolish mysteries, and this was going on another step. "Indeed, Cecilia," said Helen, "I wish, on my own account, I wish you would not conceal anything. It is hard to let the general suspect me of extreme folly and absurdity, or of some sort of double dealing in this business, in which I have done my utmost to do right and to go straight forward." Poor Helen, with her nervous headache beating worse and worse, remonstrated and entreated, and came to tears, and Lady Cecilia promised that it should be all done as she desired. But again she charged and besought Helen to say nothing herself about the matter to the general, and this acceded to, Lady Cecilia's feelings being as transient as they were vehement. All her self-reproaches, penitence, and fears passed away, and, taking her bright view of the whole affair, she ended with the certainty that Beauclerc would return the moment he received her letter, that he would have it in a very few days, and all would end well, and quite as well as if she had not been a fool. End of Volume the Second, Chapter 5. Volume the Second, Chapter 6 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Second, Chapter 6. The first tidings of Beauclerc came in a letter from him to the general, written immediately after his arrival at Paris. But it was plain that it must have been written before Lady Cecilia's letter, forwarded by Madame de St. Simon, could have reached him. It was evident that matters were as yet unexplained, from his manner of writing about the death blow to all his hopes, and now he was setting off with Lord Beltravers for Naples, to follow Monsieur de St. Simon, and settle the business of his sister's divorce. Lady Cecilia could only hope that her letter would follow him thither, enclosed in this Madame de St. Simon's despatches to her brother, and now they could know nothing more till they could hear from Naples. Meanwhile, Helen perceived that, though the general continued to be as attentive and kind to her as usual, yet that there was something more careful and reserved in his manner than formerly, less of spontaneous regard and cordial confidence. It was not that he was displeased by her having discouraged the addresses of his ward, fond as he was of Beauclerc, and well as he would have been pleased by the match. This he distinctly expressed the only time that he touched upon the subject. He said that Miss Stanley was the best and the only judge of what would make her happy, but he could not comprehend the nature of the mistake she had made. Cecilia's explanations, whatever they were, had not made the matter clear. There was either some caprice or some mystery which he determined not to inquire into, upon his own principle of leaving people to settle their love affairs in their own way. Helen's spirits were lowered. Naturally of great sensibility, she depended more for her happiness on her inward feelings than upon any external circumstances. A great deal of gaiety was now going on constantly among the young people at Clarendon Park, and this made her want of spirits more disagreeable to herself, more obvious, and more observed by others. Lady Katrine rallied her unmercifully. Not suspecting the truth, her ladyship presumed that Miss Stanley repented of having, before she was asked, said no instead of yes to Mr. Churchill. Ever since his departure she had evidently worn the willow. Lady Cecilia was excessively vexed by this ill-natured raillery. Conscious that she had been the cause of all this annoyance to Helen, and of much more serious evil to her, the zeal and tenderness of her affection now increased, and was shown upon every little occasion involuntarily, in a manner that continually irritated her cousin Katrine's jealousy. Helen had been used to live only with those by whom she was beloved, and she was not at all prepared for the sort of warfare which Lady Katrine carried on. Her perpetual sneers, innuendos, and bitter sarcasms Helen did not resent, but she felt them. The arrows, ill-aimed and weak, could not penetrate far. It was not with their point they wounded, but by their venom. Wherever that touched, it worked inward mischief. Often to escape from one false imputation she exposed herself to another more grievous. One night, when the young people wished to dance, and the usual music was not to be had, Helen played quadrilles and waltzes for hours with indefatigable good nature, and when some of the party returned their cordial thanks, Lady Katrine whispered, "Our musician has been well paid by Lord Estridge's admiration of her white hands." His lordship had not danced, and had been standing all the evening beside Helen, much to the discomfiture of Lady Katrine, who intended to have had him for her own partner. The next night Helen did not play, but joined the dance, and with a boy partner whom nobody could envy her. The general, who saw wonderfully quickly the by-play of society, marked all this, and now his eye followed Helen through the quadrille, and he said to some one standing by, that Miss Stanley danced charmingly, to his taste, and in such a ladylike manner. He was glad to see her in good spirits again. Her colour was raised, and he observed that she looked remarkably well. "Yes," Lady Katrine answered, "remarkably well, and black is so becoming to that sort of complexion. No doubt this is the reason Miss Stanley wears it so much longer than is customary for an uncle. Short or long mornings are, to be sure, just according to fashion, or feeling, as some say. For my part, I hate long mornings, so like ostentation of sentiment. Whatever I did, at any rate I would be consistent. I would never dance in black. Pope, you know, has such a good cut at that sort of thing. Do you recollect the lines? And bear about the mockery of woe to midnight dances and the public show." Lady Castlefort took Miss Stanley aside, after the dance was over, to whisper to her so good-naturedly, how shockingly severe Katrine had been, faithfully repeating every word that her sister had said. "And so cruel, to talk of your bearing about the mockery of woe! But, my sweet little lamb, do not let me distress you so." Helen, withdrawing from the false caresses of Lady Castlefort, assured her that she should not be hurt by anything Lady Katrine could say, as she so little understood her real feelings, and at the moment her spirit rose against the injustice, and felt as much superior to such petty malice as even Lady Davenant could have desired. She had resolved to continue in mourning for the longest period in which it is worn for a parent, because, in truth, her uncle had been a parent to her. But the morning after Lady Katrine's cruel remarks, Cecilia begged that Helen would oblige her by laying aside black. Let it be on my birthday. Lady Cecilia's birthday was to be celebrated the ensuing week. Well, for that day certainly I will, Helen said, but only for that day. This would not satisfy Cecilia. Helen saw that Lady Katrine's observations had made a serious impression, and, dreading to become the subject of daily observation, perhaps altercation, she yielded. The mourning was thrown aside. Then everything she wore must be new. Lady Cecilia and Mademoiselle Felicie, her waiting maid, insisted upon taking the matter into their own hands. Helen really intended only to let one dress for her friend's birthday be bespoken for her, but from one thing she was led on to another. Lady Cecilia's taste in dress was quite exquisite. Her first general principle was admirable. Whatever you buy, let it be the best of its kind, which is always the cheapest in the end. Her second maxim was, never have anything but from such and such people, or from such and such places, naming those who were at the moment accredited by fashion. These, of course, make you pay high for the name of the thing, but that must be, the name is all, said Lady Cecilia. Does your hat, your bonnet, whatever it be, come from the reigning fashionable authority? Then it is right, and you are quite right. You can put down all objections and objectors with the magic of a name. You need think no more about your dress. You have no trouble. While the poor creatures who go toiling and rummaging in cheap shops, what comes of it but total exhaustion and disgrace? Yesterday now, my dear Helen, recollect, when Lady Katrine, after dinner, asked little Miss Isdell where she bought that pretty hat, the poor girl was quite out of countenance. Really she did not know, she only knew it was very cheap. You saw that nobody could endure the hat afterwards, so that, cheap as it might be, it was money to all intents and purposes absolutely thrown away, for it did not answer its purpose. Helen, laughing, observed, that if its purpose had been to look well, and to make the wearer look well, it had fully succeeded. Sophistry, my dear Helen, the purpose was not to look well, but to have a distinguished air. Dress, and what we call fashion and taste altogether, you know, are mere matters of opinion, association of ideas, and so forth. When will you learn to reason as mamma says? Do not make me despair of you. Thus, half in jest, half in earnest, with truth and falsehood, sense and nonsense, prettily blended together, Lady Cecilia prevailed in overpowering Helen's better judgment, and obtained a hasty submission. In economy, as in morals, false principles are far more dangerous than any one single error. One false principle as to laying out money is worse than any bad bargain that can be made, because it leads to bad bargains innumerable. It was settled that all Helen wanted should be purchased, not only from those who sold the best goods, but from certain very expensive houses of fashionably high name in London. And the next point Lady Cecilia insisted upon was, that Helen's dress should always be the same as her own. You know it used to be so, my dear Helen, when we were children. Let it be so now. But there is such a difference now, said Helen, and I cannot afford difference. Oh, don't talk of differences. Let there be none ever between us. Not afford. Nonsense, my dear. The expense will be nothing. In these days you get the materials of dress absolutely for nothing. The fashion, the making up is all. Us, Felice and I, and everybody who knows anything of the matter can tell you. Now, all that sort of thing we can save you. Here is my wedding paraphernalia all at your service, patterns ready cut, and here is Felice, whose whole French soul is in the toilette, and there is your own little maid, who has hands and head and heart all devoted to you. So leave it to us. Leave it to us, my dear. Take no thought what you shall put on, and you will put it on all the better." Felicie was summoned. "Felicie, remember Miss Stanley's dress is always to be the same as my own. It must be so, my dear. It will be the greatest pleasure to me." And with her most persuasive caressing manner, she added, "My own dear Helen, if you love me, let it be so." This was an appeal which Helen could not resist. She thought that she could not refuse without vexing Cecilia, and from a sort of sentimental belief that she was doing Cecilia a real kindness, that it was what Cecilia called a sisterly act, she yielded to what she knew was unsuited to her circumstances, to what was quite contrary to her better judgment. It often so happens that our friends doubly guard one obvious point of weakness while another exists undiscovered by them and unknown to ourselves. Lady Davenant had warned Helen against the dangers of indecision and coquetry with her lovers, but this danger of extravagance in dress she had not foreseen, and into how much expense this one weak compliance would lead her Helen could not calculate. She had fancied that, at least, till she went to town, she should not want anything expensive. This was a great mistake. Formerly in England, as still in every other country but England, a marked difference was made in the style of dress in the country and in town. Formerly, overdressing in the country was reprobated as quite vulgar, but now even persons of birth and fashion are guilty of this want of taste and sense. They display almost as much expensive dress in the country as in town. It happened that, among the succession of company at Clarendon Park this summer, there came, self-invited, from the royal party in the neighbourhood, a certain wealthy lady, by some called Golconda, by others the Duchess of Baubleshire. She was passionately fond of dress, and she eclipsed all rivals in magnificence and variety of ornaments. At imminent peril of being robbed, she brought to the country, and carried about everywhere with her, an amazing number of jewels, wearing 2 or 3 different sets at different times of the day, displaying them on the most absurdly improper occasions, at a fête champêtre, or at a boat race. Once, after a riding party, at a picnic under the trees, when it had been resolved unanimously that nobody should change their dress at dinner time, Golconda appeared in a splendid necklace, displayed over her riding dress, and when she was reproached with having broken through the general agreement not to dress, she replied that really she had just put the thing on in the greatest hurry, without knowing well what it was, just to oblige her little page who had brought 3 sets of jewels for her choice. She had chosen the most undressed of the 3, merely because she could not disappoint the poor little fellow. Everyone saw the affectation and folly, and above all, the vulgarity of this display, and those who were most envious were most eager to comfort themselves by ridicule. Never was the Golconda out of hearing, but Lady Katrine was ready with some instance of her absurd vanity. If fortune had but blessed her with such jewels, Lady Katrine said, she trusted she should have worn them with better grace. But it did not appear that the taste for baubles was diminished by the ridicule thrown upon them. Quite the contrary, it was plain that the laughters were only envious, and envious because they could not be envied. Lady Cecilia, who had no envy in her nature, who was really generous, entered not into this vain competition. On the contrary, she refrained from wearing any of her jewels because Helen had none. Besides, simplicity was really the best taste. The general said so. This was well thought and well done for some time, but there was a little lurking love of ornaments in Cecilia's mind, nor was Helen entirely without sympathy in that taste. Her uncle had early excited it in her mind by frequent fond presents of the prettiest trinkets imaginable. The taste had been matured along with her love for one for whom she had such strong affection, and it had seemed to die with its origin. Before she left Cecilhurst, Helen had given away every ornament she possessed. She thought she could never want them again, and she left them as remembrances with those who had loved her and her uncle. Cecilia on her birthday brought her a set of forget-me-nots to match those which she intended to wear herself, and which had been long ago given to Lady Cecilia by the dear good Dean himself. This was irresistible to Helen, and they were accepted. But this was only the prelude to presents of more value, which Helen scrupled to receive, yet oft to refuse and never once offend, was not so easily done as said, especially with Lady Cecilia. She was so urgent, so caressing, and had so many plausible reasons, suitable to all occasions. On the general's birthday, Lady Cecilia naturally wished to wear his first gift to her, a pair of beautiful pearl bracelets, but then Helen must have the same. Helen thought that Roman pearl would do quite as well for her. She had seen some such excellent imitations that no eye could detect the difference. No eye, very likely, but still your own conscience, my dear, replied Lady Cecilia, and if people ask whether they are real, what could you say? You know there are everywhere impertinent people, malicious Lady Katrines, who will ask questions. Oh, positively I cannot bear to think of your being detected in passing off counterfeits. In all ornaments it should be genuine or none, none or genuine. None, then, let it be for me this time, dear Cecilia. Cecilia seemed to submit, and Helen thought she had well settled it. But on the day of the general's fête, the pearl bracelets were on her dressing table. They were from the general, and could not be refused. Cecilia declared she had nothing to do with the matter. Oh, Cecilia! Upon my word, cried Lady Cecilia, and if you doubt me, the general shall have the honour of presenting, and you the agony of refusing or accepting them in full salon. Helen sighed, hesitated, and submitted. The general, on her appearing with the bracelets, bowed, smiled, and thanked her with his kindest look, and she was glad to see him look kindly upon her again. Having gained her point so pleasantly this time, Lady Cecilia did not stop there, and Helen found there was no resource but to bespeak beforehand for herself whatever she apprehended would be pressed upon her acceptance. Fresh occasions for display, and new necessities for expense, continually occurred. Reviews and races, and race balls, and archery meetings, and archery balls, had been, and a regatta was to be. At some of these the ladies had appeared in certain uniforms, new of course for the day, and now preparations for the regatta had commenced, and were going on. It was to last several days, and after the boat races in the morning, there were to be balls at night. The first of these was to be at Clarendon Park, and Mademoiselle Felicie considered her lady's dress upon this occasion as one of the objects of first importance in the universe. She had often sighed over the long unopened jewel box. Her lady might as well be nobody. Mademoiselle Felicie could no ways understand a lady well born not wearing that which distinguished her above the common, and if she was ever to wear jewels, the ball-room was surely the proper place, and the sapphire necklace would look à ravir with her lady's dress, which indeed, without it, would have no effect, would be quite mesquin and manqué. Now Lady Cecilia had a great inclination to wear that sapphire necklace, which probably Felice saw when she commenced her remonstrances, for it is part of the business of the well-trained waiting woman to give utterance to those thoughts which her lady wishes should be divined and pressed into accomplishment. Cecilia considered whether it would not be possible to divide the double rows of her sapphires to make out a set for Helen as well as for herself. She hesitated only because they had been given to her by her mother, and she did not like to run the hazard of spoiling the set, but still she could manage it, and she would do it. Mademoiselle Felice protested the attempt would be something very like sacrilege, to prevent which she gave a hint to Helen of what was in contemplation. Helen knew that with Cecilia, when once she had set her heart upon a generous feat of this kind, remonstrance would be in vain. She dreaded that she would, if prevented from the meditated division of the sapphires, purchase for her a new set. She had not the least idea what the expense was, but at the moment she thought anything would be better than letting Cecilia spoil her mother's present, or put her under fresh obligations of this sort. She knew that the sapphires had been got from the jewellers with whom her uncle had dealt, and who were no strangers to her name. She wrote and bespoke a similar set to Lady Cecilia's. Charmante! The very thing Mademoiselle Felice foresaw a young lady so well born would determine on doing, and if she might add a little word, it would be good at the same opportunity to order a ruby brooch, same as her lady's, as that would be the next object in question for the second day's regatta ball, when it would be indispensable for that night's appearance. Positivement, she knew her lady would do it for Miss Stanley if Miss Stanley did not do it of her own head. Helen did not think that a brooch could be very expensive. There was not time to consider about it, the post was going. She was afraid that Lady Cecilia would come in and find her writing, and prevent her sending the letter. She hastily added an order for the brooch, finished the letter, and despatched it. And when it was gone she told Cecilia what she had done. Cecilia looked startled. She was well aware that Helen did not know the high price of what she had bespoken. But determining that she would settle it her own way, she took care not to give any alarm, and shaking her head, she only reproached Helen playfully with having thus stolen a march upon her. "You think you have out-generalled me, but we shall see. Remember, I am the wife of a general, and not without resources." End of Volume the Second, Chapter 6.
Volume the Second, Chapter 7 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Second, Chapter 7. Of the regatta, of the fineness of the weather, the beauty of the spectacle, and the dresses of the ladies, a full account appeared in the papers of the day, of which it would be useless here to give a repetition, and shameful to steal or seem to steal a description. We shall record only what concerns Helen. With the freshness of youth and her naturally happy temper, she was delighted with the whole, to her a perfectly new spectacle, and everybody was pleased except Lady Katrine, who, in the midst of every amusement, always found something that annoyed her, something that should not have been so. She was upon this occasion more cross than usual, because this morning's uniform was not becoming to her, and was most particularly so to Miss Stanley, as all the gentlemen observed. Just in time, before the ladies went to dress for the ball at night, the precious box arrived, containing the set of sapphires. Cecilia opened it eagerly, to see that all was right. Helen was not in the room. Lady Catherine stood by, and when she found that these were for Helen, her envious indignation broke forth. "The poor daughters of peers cannot indulge in such things," cried she. "They are fit only for rich heiresses. I understood," continued she, "that Miss Stanley had given away her fortune to pay her uncle's debts, but I presume she has thought better of that, as I always prophesied she would. Generosity is charming, but, after all, sapphires are so becoming." Helen came into the room just as this speech was ended. Lady Catherine had one of the bracelets in her hand. She looked miserably cross, for she had been disappointed about some ornament she had expected by the same conveyance that brought Miss Stanley's. She protested that she had nothing fit to wear to-night. Helen looked at Cecilia, and though Cecilia's look gave no encouragement, she begged that Lady Catherine would do her the honour to wear these sapphires this night, since she had not received what her ladyship had ordered. Lady Catherine suffered herself to be prevailed on, but accepted with as ill a grace as possible. The ball went on, and Helen at last was happier than if she had worn the bracelets. She had no pleasure in being the object of envy, and now, when she found that Cecilia could be, and was, satisfied, though their ornaments were not exactly alike, it came full upon her mind that she had done foolishly in bespeaking these sapphires. It was at that moment only a transient self-reproach for extravagance, but before she went to rest this night it became more serious. Lady Davenant had been expected all day, but she did not arrive till late in the midst of the ball, and she just looked in at the dancers for a few minutes before she retired to her own apartment. Helen would have followed her, but that was not allowed. After the dancing was over, however, as she was going to her room, she heard Lady Davenant's voice calling to her as she passed, and, opening the door softly, she found her still awake, and desiring to see her for a few minutes, if she was not too much tired. "Oh no, not in the least tired, quite to the contrary," said Helen. After affectionately embracing her, Lady Davenant held her at arm's length, and looked at her as the light of the lamp shone full upon her face and figure. Pleased with her whole appearance, Lady Davenant smiled, and said, as she looked at her, "You seem, Helen, to have shared the grateful old fairy's gift of Lady Georgiana B., of the never-fading rose in the cheek. But what particularly pleases me, Helen, is the perfect simplicity of your dress. In the few minutes that I was in the ballroom to-night, I was struck with that overdressed duchess. Her figure has been before my eyes ever since, hung round with jewellery, and with that aureole a foot and a half high on her head, like the Russian bride's headgear, which Heber so well called the most costly deformity he ever beheld. Really this passion for baubles," continued Lady Davenant, "is the universal passion of our sex. I will give you an instance to what extravagance it goes. I know a lady of high rank, who hires a certain pair of emerald earrings at £1,500 per annum. She rents them in this way from some German countess in whose family they are an heirloom, and cannot be sold." Helen expressed her astonishment. "This is only one instance, my dear. I could give you hundreds. Over the whole world, women of all ages, all ranks, all conditions, have been seized by this bauble insanity. From the counter to the throne, think of Marie Antoinette and the story of her necklace, and Josephine and her Cisalpine pearls, and all the falsehoods she told about them to the emperor she reverenced, the husband she loved, and all for what? A string of beads? But I forget," cried Lady Davenant, interrupting herself. "I must not forget how late it is, and I am keeping you up, and you have been dancing. Forgive me. When once my mind is moved I forget all hours. Good night, or good morning, my dear child. Go and rest." But just as Helen was withdrawing her hand, Lady Davenant's eye fixed on her pearl bracelets. "Roman pearls, or real?" "Real, I see, and very valuable. Given to you, I suppose, by your poor dear extravagant uncle." Helen cleared her uncle's memory from this imputation, and explained that the bracelets were a present from General Clarendon. She did not know they were so very valuable, but she hoped she had not done wrong to accept of them in the circumstances, and she told how she had been induced to take them. Lady Davenant said she had done quite right. The general was no present maker, and this exception in his favour could not lead to any future inconvenience. "But Cecilia," continued she, "is too much addicted to trinket giving, which ends often disagreeably even between friends, or, at all events, fosters a foolish taste, and, moreover, associates it with feelings of affection in a way particularly deceitful and dangerous to such a little tender-hearted person as I am speaking to, whose common sense would too easily give way to the pleasure of pleasing or fear of offending a friend. Kiss me, and don't contradict me, for your conscience tells you that what I say is true." The sapphires, the ruby brooch, and all her unsettled accounts, came across Helen's mind, and if the light had shone upon her face at that moment, her embarrassment must have been seen. But Lady Davenant, as she finished the last words, laid her head upon the pillow, and she turned and settled herself comfortably to go to sleep. Helen retired with a disordered conscience, and the first thing she did in the morning was to look in the red case in which the sapphires came, to see if there was any note of the price. She recollected having seen some little bit of card. It was found on the dressing-table. When she beheld the price, fear took away her breath. It was nearly half her whole year's income. Still, she could pay it. But the ruby brooch that had not yet arrived, what would that cost? She hurried to her accounts. She had let them run on for months unlooked at, but she thought she must know the principal articles of expense in dress by her actual possessions. There was a heap of little crumpled bills which, with Felicie's griffonage, Helen had thrown into her table drawer. In vain did she attempt to decipher the figures, like apothecaries' marks, linked to quarters and three-quarters, and yards of gauzes, silks, and muslins, altogether inextricably puzzling. They might have been at any other moment laughable, but now they were quite terrible to Helen. The only thing she could make clearly out was the total. She was astonished when she saw to how much little nothings can amount, an astonishment felt often by the most experienced. How much more by Helen, all unused to the arithmetic of economy. At this instant her maid came in smiling with a packet, as if sure of being the bearer of the very thing her young lady most wished for. It was the brooch, the very last thing in the world she desired to see. With a trembling hand she opened the parcel, looked at the note of the price, and sank upon her chair half stupefied, with her eyes fixed upon the sum. She sat she knew not how long, till, roused by the opening of Cecilia's door, she hastened to put away the papers. "Let me see them, my dear. Don't put away those papers," cried Cecilia. "Felicie tells me you have been at these horrid accounts these 2 hours, and you look, my dear Helen, you must let me see how much it is." She drew the total from beneath Helen's hand. It was astounding even to Cecilia, as appeared by her first unguarded look of surprise; but, recovering herself immediately, she in a playfully scolding tone told Helen that all this evil came upon her in consequence of her secret machinations. "You set about to contradict me, wrote for things that I might not get them for you. You see what has come of it. As to these bills, they are all from tradespeople who cannot be in a hurry to be paid; and as to the things Felicie has got for you, she can wait. Is not she a waiting woman by profession? Now, where is the ruby brooch? Have you never looked at it? I hope it is pretty. I am sure it is handsome," cried she, as she opened the case. "Yes, I like it prodigiously. I will take it off your hands, my dear. Will that do?" "No, Cecilia, I cannot let you do that, for you have one the same, I know, and you cannot wear another. No, no." "You speak like an angel, my dear, but you do not look like one," said Cecilia. "So woebegone, so pale a creature, never did I see. Do look at yourself in the glass, but you are too wretched to plague. Seriously, I want this brooch, and mine it must be. It is mine. I have a use for it, I assure you." "Well, if you have a use for it really," said Helen, "I should indeed be very glad." "Be glad, then. It is mine," said Cecilia, "and now it is yours, my dear Helen. Now, not a word, pray, if you love me." Helen could not accept of it. She thanked Cecilia with all her heart. She felt her kindness, her generosity, but even the hitherto irresistible words, "if you love me," were urged in vain. If she had not been in actual need of money, she might have been over persuaded, but now her spirit of independence strengthened her resolution, and she persisted in her refusal. Lady Davenant's bell rang, and Helen, slowly rising, looked up the miserable accounts, and said, "Now I must go." "Where?" said Cecilia. "You look as if you had heard a knell that summoned you. What are you going to do?" "To tell all my follies to Lady Davenant." "Tell your follies to nobody but me," cried Lady Cecilia. "I have enough of my own to sympathise with you, but do not go and tell them to my mother, of all people, she who has none of her own. How can you expect any mercy?" "I do not. I am content to bear all the blame I so richly deserve; but I know that after she has heard me, she will tell me what I ought to do. She will find out some way of settling it all rightly, and if that can but be, I do not care how much I suffer. So the sooner I go to her the better," said Helen. "But you need not be in such a hurry. Do not be like the man who said, 'Je veux être l'enfant prodigue, je veux être l'enfant perdu.' L'enfant prodigue, well and good, but why l'enfant perdu?" "My dear Cecilia, do not play with me now, do not stop me," said Helen anxiously. "It is serious with me now, and it is as much as I can do." Cecilia let her go, but trembled for her as she looked after her, and saw her stop at her mother's door. Helen's first knock was too low, it was unheard. She was obliged to wait. Another, louder, was answered by "Come in," and in the presence she stood, and in the middle of things she rushed at once. The accounts, in total, lay before Lady Davenant. There it was, and the culprit, having made her confession, stood waiting for the sentence. The first astonished change of look was certainly difficult to sustain. "I ought to have foreseen this," said Lady Davenant. "My affection has deceived my judgment. Helen, I am sorry for your sake, and for my own." "Oh, do not speak in that dreadful calm voice, as if do not give me up at once," cried Helen. "What can I do for you? What can be done for one who has no strength of mind? I have some," thought Helen, "or I should not be here at this moment. Of what avail, Helen, is your good heart, your good intentions, without the power to abide by them? When you can be drawn aside from the right by the first paltry temptation, by that most contemptible of passions, the passion for baubles. You tell me it was not that. What then? A few words of persuasion from any one who can smile, and fondle, and tell you that they love you. The fear of offending Cecilia. How absurd! Is this what you call friendship? But weaker still, Helen, I perceive that you have been led blindfold in extravagance by a prating French waiting maid, to the brink of ruin, the very verge of dishonesty." "Dishonesty! How?" "Ask yourself, Helen, is an honest person, who orders and takes from the owner that for which he cannot pay? Answer me, honest or dishonest?" "Dishonest, if I had intended not to pay; but I did intend to pay, and I will." "You will! The weak have no will, never dare to say, 'I will.' Tell me how you will pay that which you owe. You have no means, no choice except to take from the fund you have already willed to another purpose. See what good intentions come to, Helen, when you cannot abide by them." "But I can," cried Helen. "Whatever else I do, I will not touch that fund, destined for my dear uncle. I have not touched it. I could pay it in 2 years, and I will. I will give up my whole allowance." "And what will you live on in the meantime?" "I should not have said my whole allowance, but I can do with very little. I will buy nothing new." "Buy nothing! Live upon nothing!" repeated Lady Davenant. "How often have I heard these words said by the most improvident, in the moment of repentance, even then as blind and uncalculating as ever! And you, Helen, talk to me of your powers of forbearance. You, who with the strongest motive your heart could feel, have not been able for a few short months to resist the most foolish, the most useless fancies." Helen burst into tears, but Lady Davenant, unmoved, at least to all outward appearance, coldly said, "It is not feeling that you want, or that I require from you. I am not to be satisfied by words or tears." "I deserve it all," said Helen, "and I know you are not cruel. In the midst of all this, I know you are my best friend." Lady Davenant was now obliged to be silent, lest her voice should betray more tenderness than her countenance chose to show. "Only tell me what I can do now," continued Helen. "What can I do?" "What you can do, I will tell you, Helen. Who was the man you were dancing with last night?" "I danced with several. Which do you mean?" "Your partner in the quadrille you were dancing when I came in." "Lord Estridge. But you know him. He has been often here." "Is he rich?" said Lady Davenant. "Oh yes, very rich, and very self-sufficient. He is the man Cecilia used to call le prince de mon mérite." "Did she? I do not remember. He made no impression on me, nor on you, I dare say." "Not the least, indeed." "No matter. He will do as well as another, since he is rich. You can marry him, and pay your present debts, and contract new for thousands instead of hundreds. This is what you can do, Helen." "Do you think I can?" said Helen. "You can, I suppose, as well as others. You know that young ladies often marry to pay their debts." "So I once heard," said Helen. "But is it possible?" "Quite. You might have been told more: that they enter into regular partnerships, joint stock companies with dressmakers and jewellers, who make their ventures and bargains on the more or less reputation of the young ladies for beauty or for fashion, supply them with finery, speculate on their probabilities of matrimonial success, and trust to being repaid after marriage. Why not pursue this plan next season in town? You must come to it like others, whose example you follow. Why not begin it immediately?" There is nothing so reassuring to the conscience as to hear, in the midst of blame that we do deserve, suppositions of faults, imputations which we know to be unmerited, impossible. Instead of being hurt or alarmed by what Lady Davenant had said, the whole idea appeared to Helen so utterly beneath her notice, that the words made scarcely any impression on her mind, and her thoughts went earnestly back to the pressing main question: "What can I do honestly to pay this money that I owe?" She abruptly asked Lady Davenant if she thought the jeweller could be prevailed upon to take back the sapphires and the brooch. "Certainly not, without a considerable loss to you," replied Lady Davenant; but with an obvious change for the better in her countenance, she added, "Still the determination to give up the bauble is good. The means, at whatever loss, we will contrive for you, if you are determined." "Determined! Oh yes!" She ran for the bracelets and brooch, and eagerly put them into Lady Davenant's hand. And now another bright idea came into her mind. She had a carriage of her own, a very handsome carriage, almost new. She could part with it. Yes, she would, though it was a present from her dear uncle, his last gift, and he had taken such pleasure in having it made perfect for her. She was very, very fond of it, but she would part with it. She saw no other means of abiding by her promise, and paying his debts and her own. This passed rapidly through her mind, and when she had expressed her determination, Lady Davenant's manner instantly returned to all its usual kindness, and she exclaimed as she embraced her, drew her to her, and kissed her again and again: "You are my own Helen! These are deeds, Helen, not words. I am satisfied. I may be satisfied with you now. And about that carriage, my dear, it shall not go to a stranger. It shall be mine. I want a travelling chaise. I will purchase it from you. I shall value it for my poor friend's sake, and for yours, Helen. So now it is settled, and you are clear in the world again. I will never spoil you, but I will always serve you, and a greater pleasure I cannot have in this world." After this happy termination of the dreaded confession, how much did Helen rejoice that she had had the courage to tell all to her friend! The pain was transient, the confidence permanent. As Helen was going into her own room, she saw Cecilia flying upstairs towards her, with an open letter in her hand, her face radiant with joy. "I always knew it would all end well. Churchill might well say that all the sand in my hourglass was diamond sand. There, my dear Helen, there!" cried Cecilia, embracing her, as she put the letter into her hand. It was from Beauclerc, his answer to Lady Cecilia's letter, which had followed him to Naples. It was written the very instant he had read her explanation, and, warm from his heart, he poured out all the joy he felt on hearing the truth, and, in his transport of delight, he declared that he quite forgave Lady Cecilia, and would forget, as she desired, all the misery she had made him feel, some confounded quarantine he feared might detain him, but he would certainly be at Clarendon Park in as short a time as possible. Helen's first smile, he said, would console him for all he had suffered, and make him forget everything. Helen's first smile he did not see, nor the blush which spread and rose as she read. Cecilia was delighted. Generous, affectionate Cecilia, thought Helen. If she has faults, and she really has but one, who could help loving her? Not Helen, certainly, or she would have been the most ungrateful of human beings. Besides her sympathies in Helen's happiness, Cecilia was especially rejoiced at this letter, coming, as it did, the very day after her mother's return. For though she had written to Lady Davenant on Beauclerc's departure, and told her that he was gone only on Lord Beltravers' account, yet she dreaded that, when it came to speaking, her mother's penetration would discover that something extraordinary had happened. Now all was easy. Beauclerc was coming back. He had finished his friend's business, and, before he returned to Clarendon Park, he wished to know if he might appear there as the acknowledged admirer of Miss Stanley, if he might with any chance of success pay his addresses to her. Secure that her mother would never ask to see the letter, considering it either as a private communication to his guardian, or as a love-letter to Helen, Cecilia gave this version of it to Lady Davenant, and how she settled it with the general, Helen never knew, but it seemed all smooth and right. And now, the regatta being at an end, the archery meetings over, and no hope of further gaiety for the season at Clarendon Park, the Castleforts and Lady Katrine departed. Lady Katrine's last satisfaction was the hard haughty look with which she took leave of Miss Stanley, a look expressing, as well as the bitter smile and cold form of good breeding could express it, unconquered, unconquerable hate. End of Book the Second, Chapter 7.
Volume the Second, Chapter 8 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Second, Chapter 8. There is no better test of the strength of affection than the ready turning of the mind to the little concerns of a friend, when preoccupied with important interests of our own. This was a proof of friendship which Lady Davenant had lately given to Helen, for, at the time when she had entered with so much readiness and zeal into Helen's little difficulties and debts, great political affairs and important interests of Lord Danvers were in suspense, and pressed heavily upon her mind. What might be the nature of these political embarrassments had not been explained. Lady Davenant had only hinted at them. She said she knew from the terror exhibited by the inferior creatures in office that some change in administration was expected, as beasts are said to howl and tremble before storm or earthquake or any great convulsion of nature takes place. Since Lady Davenant's return from town, where Lord Davenant still remained, nothing had been said of the embassy to Russia but that it was delayed. Lady Cecilia, who was quick and, where she was not herself concerned, usually right, in interpreting the signs of her mother's discomfiture, guessed that Lord Davenant had been circumvented by some diplomatist of inferior talents, and she said to Helen, "When an ass kicks, you never tell it," is a maxim which mamma heard from some friend, and she always acts upon it; but a kick, whether given by ass or not, leaves a bruise, which sometimes tells in spite of ourselves, and my mother should remember another maxim of that friend's, that the faults and follies of the great are the delight and comfort of the little. Now, my mother, though she is so well suited, from her superior abilities and strength of mind, and all that, to be the wife of a great political leader, yet in some respects she is the most unfit person upon earth for the situation, for, though she feels the necessity of conciliating, she cannot unbend with her inferiors, that is, with half the world. As Catalani said of singing, it is much more difficult to descend than to ascend well. Shockingly, mamma shows in her manner sometimes how tired she is of the stupid, and how she despises the mean, and all the underlings think she can undo them with papa, for it has gone abroad that she governs, while in fact, though papa asks her advice, to be sure, because she is so wise, she never does interfere in the least. But now it is once got into the world's obstinate head that she does, it cannot be put out again. And mamma is the last person upon earth to take her own part, or condescend to explain and set things right. She is always thinking of papa's glory and the good of the public, but the public will never thank him, and much less her. So there she is, a martyr, without her crown. Now, if I were to make a martyr of myself, which heaven forbid, I would at least take the right good care to secure my crown, and to have my full glory round my head, and set on becomingly. But seriously, my dear Helen," continued Lady Cecilia, "I am unhappy about papa and mamma, I assure you. I have seen little clouds of discontent long gathering, lowering, and blackening, and I know they will burst over their heads in some tremendous storm at last." Helen hoped not, but looked frightened. "Oh, you may hope not, my dear, but I know it will be. We may not hear the thunder, but we shall see the lightning all the more dangerous. We shall be struck down unless—" She paused. "Unless what?" said Helen. "Unless the storm be dispersed in time." "And how?" "The lightning drawn off by some good conductor, such as myself. I am quite serious, and though you were angry with me for laughing just now, as if I was not the best of daughters, even though I laugh, I can tell you I am meditating an act of self-devotion for my mother's sake, a grand coup d'etat." "Coup d'etat? You, Cecilia? My dear! I, Helen, little as you think of me. Of your political talents you don't expect me to think much, do you?" "My political talents! You shall see what they are. I am capable of a grand coup d'etat. I will have next week a 3 days' congress, anti-political, at Clarendon Park, where not a word of politics shall be heard, nor anything but nonsense if I can help it, and the result shall be, as you shall see, goodwill between all men and all women. Women? Yes, there's the grand point. Mamma has so affronted 2 ladies, very influential, as they call it, each, Lady Masham, a favourite at court, and Lady Bearcroft, risen from the ranks on her husband's shoulders, he a man of law, Sir Benjamin Bearcroft, and very clever she is, I hear, but loud and coarse, absolutely inadmissible she was, though, till lately, and now only tolerated for her husband's sake, but still have her here I must." "I think you had better not," remonstrated Helen. "If she is so very vulgar, Lady Davenant and the general will never endure her." "Oh, he will. The general will bear a great deal for mamma's sake, and more for papa's. I must have her, my dear, for her husband is of consequence, and though he is ashamed of her, for that very reason he cannot bear that anybody should neglect her, and terribly mamma has neglected her. Now, my dear Helen, do not say a word more against it." Very few words had Helen said. "I must ponder well," continued Cecilia, "and make out my list of worthies, my concordatum party." Helen much advised the consulting Lady Davenant first, but Lady Cecilia feared her mother might be too proud to consent to any advance on her own part. Helen still feared that the bringing together such discordant people would never succeed,
But Lady Cecilia, always happy in paying herself with words answerable to her wishes, replied, that discords well managed often produce the finest harmony. The only point she feared was, that she should not gain the first step, that she should not be able to prevail upon the general to let her give the invitations. In truth, it required all her persuasive words, and more persuasive looks to accomplish this preliminary, and to bring General Clarendon to invite, or permit to be invited, to Clarendon Park, persons whom he knew but little, and liked not at all. But as Lady Cecilia pleaded and urged that it would soon be over, the whole will be over in 3 days, only a 3 days' visit, and for mamma, I am sure, Clarendon, you will do anything for her, and for papa, and your own Cecilia. The general smiled, and the notes were written, and the invitations were accepted, and when once General Clarendon had consented, he was resolutely polite in his reception of these to him unwelcome guests. His manner was not false, it was only properly polite, not tending to deceive any one who understood the tokens of conventional good breeding. It however required considerable power over himself to keep the line of demarcation correctly, with one person in particular to whom he had a strong political aversion, Mr. Harley. His very name was abhorrent to General Clarendon, who usually designated him as "that genius, Cecilia, that favourite of your mother's," while to Lady Davenant Mr. Harley was the only person from whose presence she anticipated any pleasure, or who could make the rest of the party to her endurable. Helen, though apprehensive of what might be the ultimate result of this congress, yet could not help rejoicing that she should now have an opportunity of seeing some of those who are usually considered high as human veneration can look. It is easy, after one knows who is who, to determine that we should have found out the characteristic qualities and talents in each countenance. Lady Cecilia, however, would not tell Helen the names of the celebrated unknown who were assembled when they went into the drawing room before dinner, and she endeavoured to guess from their conversation the different characters of the speakers, but only a few sentences were uttered, signifying nothing. Snuff boxes were presented, pinches taken, and inclinations made with becoming reciprocity, but the physiognomy of a snuff box Helen could not interpret, though Lavater asserts that everything in nature, even a cup of tea, has a physiognomy. Dinner was announced, and the company paired off, seemingly not standing on the order of their going, yet all, especially as some were strangers, secretly mindful of their honours, and they moved on in precedence just, and found themselves in places due at the dinner table. But Helen did not seem likely to obtain more insight into the characters of these great personages in the dining room than she had done in the drawing room, for it often happens that, when the most celebrated and even the most intellectual persons are brought together expressly for the purpose of conversation, then it does not flow, but sinks to silence, and ends at last in the stagnation of utter stupidity. Each seems oppressed with the weight of his own reputation, and in the pride of high celebrity, and the shyness, real or affected, of high rank, each fears to commit himself by a single word. People of opposite parties, when thrown together, cannot at once change the whole habit of their minds, nor without some effort to refrain from that abuse of their opposites in which they were accustomed to indulge when they have it all to themselves. Now every subject seemed laboured. For the pedantry of party spirit no partisan will speak but in the slang or cant of his own craft. Knowledge is not only at one entrance, but at every entrance quite shut out, and even literature itself grows perilous, so that to be safe they must all be dumb. Lady Cecilia Clarendon was little aware of what she undertook when she called together this heterogeneous assembly of uncongenials and dissimilars round her dinner table. After she had in vain made what efforts she could, and, well skilled in throwing the ball of conversation, had thrown it again and again without rebound from either side, she felt that all was flat, and that the silence and the stupidity were absolutely invincible. Helen could scarcely believe, when she tried afterwards to recollect, that she had literally this day, during the whole of the first course, heard only the following sentences, which came out at long intervals between each couple of questions and answers, or observations and acquiescences. "We had a shower." "Yes, I think so." "But very fine weather we have had." "Only too hot." "Quite." "The new buildings at Marblemore, are they getting on, my lord?" "Do not know, did not come that way." "Whom have they now at Dunstanbury?" was the next question. Then in reply came slowly a list of fashionable names. "Sir John died worth £1,000,000, they say." "Yes, a martyr to the gout." "Has Lady Rachel done anything for her eyes?" "Gone to Brighton, I believe." "Has anything been heard of the North Pole expedition?" "Not a word." "Crockley has got a capital cook, and English too." "English, eh?" "English, yes." Lord Davenant hoped this English cook would, with the assistance of several of his brother artistes of the present day, redeem our country from one half of the Abbé Grégoire's reproach. The Abbé has said that England would be the finest country in the world, but that it wants two essentials, sunshine and cooks. "Good, good, very," voices from different sides of the table pronounced, and there was silence again. At the dessert, however, after the servants had withdrawn, most people began to talk a little to their next neighbours, but by this Helen profited not, for each pair spoke low, and those who were beside her on either hand were not disposed to talk. She was seated between Sir Benjamin Bearcroft and Mr. Harley, Sir Benjamin the man of law, and Mr. Harley the man of genius, each eminent in his kind, but he of law seemed to have nothing in him but law, of which he was very full. In Sir Benjamin's economy of human life it was a wholesome rule, which he practised invariably, to let his understanding sleep in company, that it might waken in the courts, and for his repose he needed not what some great men have professed so much to like, the pillow of a woman's mind. Helen did not much regret the silence of this great legal authority, but she was very sorry that the man of genius did not talk. She did not expect him to speak to her, but she wished to hear him converse with others. But something was the matter with him. From the moment he sat down to dinner, Helen saw he seemed discomfited. He first put his hand across his eyes, then pressed his forehead. She feared he had a bad headache. The hand went next to his ear, with a shrinking, excruciating gesture. It must be the earache, thought Helen. Presently his jaws were pinched together. Toothache, perhaps. At last she detected the disturbing cause. Opposite to Mr. Harley, and beside Lady Davenant, sat a person whom he could not endure, one, in the first place, of an opposite party, but that was nothing, a man who was, in Mr. Harley's opinion, a disgrace to any party, and what could bring him here? They had had several battles in public, but had never before met in private society, and the aversion of Mr. Harley seemed to increase inversely as the square of the distance. Helen could not see in the object adequate cause for this antipathy. The gentleman looked civil, smiling, rather mean, and quite insignificant, and he really was as insignificant as he appeared, not of consequence in any point of view. He was not high in office, nor ambassador, nor charge d'affaires. Not certain that he was an attaché even, but he was said to have the ear of somebody, and was reputed to be secretly employed in diplomatic transactions of equivocal character, disclaimed but used by his superiors, and courted by his timid inferiors, whom he had persuaded of his great influence somewhere. Lady Cecilia had been assured, from good authority, that he was one who ought to be propitiated on her father's account; but now, when she perceived what sort of creature he was, sorely did she repent that he had been invited, and her mother, by whom he sat, seemed quite oppressed and nauseated. So ended the dinner, and as Lady Cecilia passed the general in going out of the room, she looked her contrition, her acknowledgment that he was perfectly right in his prophecy that it would never do. End of volume the second, chapter 8.
Volume the second, chapter 9 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the second, chapter 9. It was rather worse when the ladies were by themselves. Some of the party were personally strangers to Lady Davenant. All had heard of her sufficiently, most had formed a formidable and false opinion of her. Helen was quite astonished at the awe her ladyship inspired in strangers. Lady Davenant's appearance and manner at this moment were not, indeed, calculated to dispel this dread. She was unusually distant and haughty, from a mistaken sort of moral pride. Aware that some of the persons now before her had, in various ways, by their own or their husbands' means, power to serve or to injure Lord Davenant, she disdained to propitiate them by the slightest condescension. But how any persons in England, in London, could be strangers to Lady Davenant, was, to a foreign lady who was present, matter of inexpressible surprise. She could not understand how the wives of persons high in political life, some of opposite, but some of the same parties, should often be personally strangers to each other. Foreigners are, on first coming to England, apt to imagine that all who act together in public life must be of the same private society, while, on the contrary, it often happens that the ladies especially of the same party are in different grades of fashion, moving in different orbits. The number of different circles and orbits in London is, indeed, astonishing to strangers, and the manner in which, though touching at tangents, these keep each their own path, attracted and repelled, or mutually influential, is to those who have not seen and studied the planisphere absolutely incomprehensible. And as she pondered on this difficulty, the ambassadress, all foreigner as she was, and all unused to silence, spoke not, and no one spoke, and naught was heard but the cup on the saucer, or the spoon in the cup, or the buzzing of a fly in the window. In the midst of this awful calm it was that Lady Bearcroft blurted out with loud voice, "Amazing entertaining we are! So many clever people got together, too, for what?" It was worth while to have seen Lady Masham's face at that moment. Lady Bearcroft saw it, and, fearing no mortal, struck with the comic of that look of Lady Masham's, burst into laughter uncontrolled, and the contrast of dignity and gravity in Lady Davenant only made her laugh the more, till out of the room at last she ran. Lady Masham all the while, of course,
never betrayed the slightest idea that she could by any possibility have been the object of Lady Bearcroft's mirth. But Lady Davenant, how did she take it? To her daughter's infinite relief, quite quietly. She looked rather amused than displeased. She bore with Lady Bearcroft, altogether, better than could have been expected, because she considered her only as a person unfortunately out of her place in society, and, without any fault of her own, dragged up from below to a height of situation for which nature had never intended, and neither art nor education had ever prepared her, whose faults and deficiencies were thus brought into the flash of day at once, before the malice of party and the fastidiousness of fashion, which knows not to distinguish between manque d'esprit and manque d'usage. Not so Lady Davenant. She made liberal and philosophic allowance for even those faults of manner which were most glaring, and she further suspected that Lady Bearcroft purposely exaggerated her own vulgarity, partly for diversion, partly to make people stare, and partly to prevent their seeing what was habitual and what was involuntary, by hiding the bounds of reality. Of this Lady Masham had not the most distant conception. On the contrary, she was now prepared to tell a variety of odd anecdotes of Lady Bearcroft. She had seen, she said, this extraordinary person before, but had never met her in society, and delighted she was unexpectedly to find her here, quite a treat. Such characters are indeed seldom met with at a certain height in the atmosphere of society, and such were peculiarly and justly Lady Masham's delight, for they relieved and at the same time fed a sense of superiority insufficient to itself. Such a person is fair, privileged, safe game, and Lady Masham began, as does a reviewer determined to be especially severe, with a bit of praise. Really very handsome Lady Bearcroft must have been. Yes, as you say, Lady Cecilia, she is not out of blow yet certainly, only too full-blown rather for some tastes. Fortunately not for Sir Benjamin. He married her, you know, long ago, for her beauty. She is a very correct person, always was, but they do repeat the strangest things she says, so very odd, and they tell such curious stories, too, of things she does. Lady Masham then detailed a variety of anecdotes, which related chiefly to Lady Bearcroft's household cares, which never could she with haste dispatch. Then came stories of her cheap magnificence and extraordinary toilette expedients. "I own," continued Lady Masham, "that I always thought the descriptions I heard must be exaggerated, but one is compelled to acknowledge that there is here in reality a terrible want of tact. Poor Sir Benjamin! I quite pity him. He must so see it. Though not of the first water himself, yet still he must feel when he sees Lady Bearcroft with other people. He has feeling, though nobody would guess it from his look, and he shows it too, I am told. Sadly annoyed he is sometimes by her malapropisms. One day, she at one end of the table, and he at the other, her ladyship, in her loud voice, called out to him, 'Sir Benjamin! Sir Benjamin! This is our wedding day!' He, poor man, did not hear. She called out again louder, 'Sir Benjamin, my dear, this day 15 years ago you and I were married.' 'Well, my dear,' he answered, 'well, my dear, how can I possibly help that now?'" Pleased with the success of this anecdote, which raised a general smile, Lady Masham vouched for its perfect correctness. She had it from one who heard it from a person who was actually present at the time it happened. Lady Davenant had not the least doubt of the correctness of the story, but she believed the names of the parties were different. She had heard it years ago of another person. It often happens, as she observed, to those who make themselves notoriously ridiculous, as to those who become famous for wit, that all good things in their kinds are attributed to them, though the one may have no claim to half the witticisms, and the other may not be responsible for half the absurdities for which they have the reputation. It required all Lady Masham's politeness to look pleased, and all her candour to be quite happy to be set right as to the last anecdote. But many she had heard of Lady Bearcroft were really incredible. Yet one would almost believe anything of her. While she was yet speaking, Lady Bearcroft returned, and her malicious enemy, leaning back in her chair as if in expectation of the piece beginning, waited for her puppet to play or be played off. All this time Lady Cecilia was not at ease. She, well aware what her mother would feel, and had felt, while Lady Masham was going on with this gossip talk, had stood between her ladyship and Lady Davenant, and, as Lady Masham did not speak much above her breath, Cecilia had for some time flattered herself that her laudable endeavours to intercept the sound, or to prevent the sense from reaching her mother's ear, had succeeded, especially as she had made as many exclamations as she could of "Really! Indeed! How extraordinary! You don't say so!" which, as she pronounced them, might have excited the curiosity of commonplace people, but which she knew would in her mother's mind deaden all desire to listen. However, Lady Masham had raised her voice, and from time to time had stretched her neck of snow beyond Lady Cecilia's intercepting drapery, so as actually to claim Lady Davenant's attention. The consequences her daughter heard and felt. She heard the tap, tap, tap of the ivory folding knife upon the table, and well interpreting, she knew, even before she saw her mother's countenance, that Lady Masham had undone herself, and, what was of much more consequence, had destroyed all chance of accomplishing that reconciliation with mamma, that projected coalition which was to have been of such ultimate advantage to papa. Notwithstanding Lady Bearcroft's want of knowledge of the great world, she had considerable knowledge of human nature, which stood her wonderfully in stead. She had no notion of being made sport of for the élégantes, and with all Lady Masham's plausibility of persiflage, she never obtained her end, and never elicited anything really absurd by all attempts to draw her out. Out she would not be drawn. After an uncontrollable silence, and all the semblance of dead stupidity, Lady Bearcroft suddenly showed signs of life, however, and she, all at once, began to talk, to Helen, of all people, and why? Because she had taken, in her own phrase, a monstrous fancy to Miss Stanley. She was not sure of her name, but she knew she liked her nature, and it would be a pity that her reason should not be known, and in the words in which she told it to Lady Cecilia. "Now I will just tell you why I have taken such a monstrous fancy to your friend here, Miss Stanley. Miss Stanley, give me leave to mention," said Lady Cecilia. "Let me introduce you regularly." "Oh, by no means. Don't trouble yourself now, Lady Cecilia, for I hate regular introductions. But as I was going to tell you how, before dinner to day, as I came down the great staircase, I had an uncommon large, big, and, for aught I know, yellow corking pin, which that most careless of all careless maids of mine, a good girl too, had left sticking point foremost out of some part of me. Miss Stanley, beg pardon, was behind, and luckily saw and stopped. Out she pulled it, begging my pardon, so kindly too, I only felt the twitch on my sleeve, and turned, and loved the first sight I had of that pretty face, which need never blush, I am sure, though it's very becoming the blush too. So good natured, you know, Lady Cecilia, it was, when nobody was looking, and before anybody was the wiser. Not like some young ladies, or even old, that would have showed one up rather than help one out in any pin's point of a difficulty. Lady Cecilia herself was included in Lady Bearcroft's good graces, for she liked that winning way, and saw there was a real good nature there too. She opened to both friends cordially, apropos to some love of a lace trimming. Of lace she was a famous judge, and she went into details of her own good bargains, with histories of her expeditions into the extremity of the city in search of cheap goods and unheard of wonders at prime cost, in regions unknown. She told how it was her clever way to leave her carriage and her people, and go herself down narrow streets and alleys, where only wheelbarrows and herself could go. She boasted of her feats in diving into dark dens in search of run goods, charming things, French, warranted, that could be had for next to nothing, and in exemplification showed the fineness of her embroidered cambric handkerchiefs, and told their price to farthing. Lady Masham's "wonderful" was worthy of any Jesuit, male or female, that ever existed. From her amazing bargains, the lady of the Law Knight went on to smuggling, and as she got into spirits, talking loudly, she told of some amber satin, a whole piece capitally got over in an old gentleman's last will and testament, tied up with red tape so nicely, and sealed and superscribed and all, got through untouched. But a better thing I did myself," continued she, "the last trip I made to Paris. Coming back, I set at defiance all the searchers and stabbers and custom house officers of both nations. I had hundreds of pounds worth of Valenciennes and Brussels lace hid, you would never guess where. I never told a servant, not a mortal maid even, that's the only way, had only a confidant of a coachmaker, but when it came to packing up time, my own maid smelt out the lace was missing and gave notice, I am confident, to the custom house people to search me. So much the more glory to me, I got off clear, and when they had stabbed the cushions and torn the inside of my carriage all to pieces, I very coolly made them repair the mischief at their own cost. Oh, I love to do things bravely, and away I drove, triumphant with the lace, well stuffed, packed, and covered within the pole leather of the carriage they had been searching all the time." At this period of her narrative the gentlemen came into the drawing room. "But here comes Sir Benjamin. Mum, mum, not a word more for my life. You understand, Lady Cecilia, husbands must be minded. And let me whisper a favour, a whist party I must beg. Nothing keeps Sir Ben in good humour so certainly as whist, when he wins, I mean." The whist party was made, and Lady Cecilia took care that Sir Benjamin should win, while she lost with the best grace possible. By her conciliating manners and good management in dividing to govern, all parties were arranged to general satisfaction. Mr. Harley's antipathy, the attaché, she settled at écart with Lady Masham, who found him quite a well-mannered, pleasant person. Lady Cecilia explained to Mr. Harley that it was her fault, her mistake entirely, that this person had been invited. Mr. Harley was now himself again, and happy in conversation with Lady Davenant, besides whom he found his place on the sofa. After Helen had done her duty at harp and pianoforte, Cecilia relieved her, and whispered that she might now go to her mother's sofa, and rest and be happy. "Mamma's work is in some puzzle, Helen. You must go and set it to rights, my dear." Lady Davenant welcomed her with a smile, made room for her on the sofa, and made over to her the tambour frame; and now that Helen saw and heard Mr. Harley in his natural state, she could scarcely believe that he was the same person who had sat beside her at dinner. Animated and delightful he was now, and, what she particularly liked in him, there was no display, nothing in the Churchill style. Whenever anyone came near, and seemed to wish to hear or speak, Mr. Harley not only gave them fair play, but helped them in their play. Helen observed that he possessed the art which she had often remarked in Lord Davenant, peculiar to good natured genius, the art of drawing something good out of everybody, sometimes more than they knew they had in them till it was brought out. Even from Lord Masham, insipid and soulless though he was, as any courtier lord in waiting could be, something was extracted. Lord Masham, universally believed to have nothing in him, was this very evening surprisingly entertaining. He gave Lady Davenant a description of what he had been so fortunate as to see, the first public dinner of the King of France on his restoration, served according to all the ci devant ceremonials, and in the etiquette of Louis XIV's time. Lord Masham represented in a lively manner the Marquis de Dreux in all his antiquarian glory, going through the whole form prescribed, first knocking with his cane at the door, then followed by 3 guards with shouldered carbines, marching to buttery and hall, each and every officer of the household making reverential obeisance as they passed to the nef. The nef being, as Lord Masham explained to Miss Stanley, a piece of gilt plate in the shape of the hull of a ship, in which the napkins for the king's table are kept. But why the hull of a ship should be appropriated to the royal napkins, was asked. Lord Masham confessed that this was beyond him, but he looked amazingly considerate, delicately rubbed his polished forehead with the second finger of the right hand, then regarded his ring, and turned it thrice slowly round, but the talismanic action produced nothing, and he received timely relief by a new turn given to the conversation, in which he was not, he thought, called upon to take any share. The question indeed appeared to him irrelevant, and retiring to the card table, he left the discussion to abler heads. The question was, why bow to the nef at all? This led to a discussion upon the advantages of ceremonials in preserving respect for order and reverence for authority, and then came an inquiry into the abuses of this real good. It was observed that the signs of the times should always be consulted, and should guide us in these things. How far, was next to be considered. All agreed on the principle that order is heaven's first law, yet there were, in the application, strong shades of difference between those who took part in the conversation. On one side it was thought that overturning the tabouret at the court of France had been the signal for the overthrow of the throne, while, on the other hand, it was suggested that a rigid adherence to forms unsuited to the temper of the times only exasperates, and that, wherever reliance on forms is implicit, it is apt to lead princes and their counsellors to depend too much on the strength of that fence which, existing only in the imagination, is powerless when the fashion changes. In the court, quite surrounded and enveloped by old forms, the light of day cannot penetrate to the interior of the palace, the eyes long kept in obscurity are weakened, so that light cannot be borne. When suddenly it breaks in, the royal captive is bewildered, and if obliged to act, he gropes, blunders, injures himself, and becomes incapable of decision in extremity of danger, reduced to the helplessness which marks the condition of the Eastern despot, or le roi fainéant of any time or country. As Helen sat by, listening to this conversation, what struck and interested her most was, the manner in which it went on and went off without leading to any unpleasant consequences, notwithstanding the various shades of opinion between the parties. This she saw depended much on the good sense and talents, but far more on the good breeding and temper of those who spoke and those who listened. Time in the first place was allowed and taken for each to be understood, and no one was urged by exclamation, or misconception, or contradiction, to say more than just the thing he thought. Lady Cecilia, who had now joined the party, was a little in pain when she heard Louis XIV's love for punctuality alluded to. She dreaded, when the general quoted "Punctuality is the virtue of princes," that Mr. Harley, with the usual impatience of genius, would have ridiculed so antiquated a notion, but to Lady Cecilia's surprise, he even took the part of punctuality. In a very edifying manner he distinguished it from mere ceremonial etiquette, the ceremonial of the German courts, where "they lose time at breakfast, at dinner, at supper, at court, in the antechamber, on the stairs, everywhere." Punctuality was, he thought, a habit worthy to be ranked with the virtues, by its effects upon the mind, the power it demands and gives of self-control, raising in us a daily, hourly sense of duty, of something that ought, that must be done, one of the best habits human creatures can have, either for their own sake or the sake of those with whom they live; and to kings and courtiers most particularly, because it gives the idea of stability, of duration, and to the aged, because it gives a sort of belief that life will last forever. The general had often thought this, but said he had never heard it so well expressed. He afterwards acknowledged to Cecilia that he found Mr. Harley was quite a different person from what he had expected. "He has good sense, as well as genius and good breeding. I am glad, my dear Cecilia, that you asked him here." This was a great triumph. Towards the close of the evening, when mortals are beginning to think of bedchamber candles, Lady Cecilia looked at the écarté table, and said to her mother, "How happy they are, and how comfortable we are! A card table is really a necessary of life. Not even music is more universally useful." Mr. Harley said, "I doubt," and then arose between Lady Davenant and him an argument upon the comparative power in modern society of music and cards. Mr. Harley took the side of music, but Lady Davenant inclined to think that cards, in their day, and their day is not over yet, have had a wider range of influence. "Nothing like that happy board of green cloth, it brings all intellects to one level," she said. Mr. Harley pleaded the cause of music, which, he said, hushes all passions, calms even despair. Lady Davenant urged the silent superiority of cards, which rests the weary talker and relieves the perplexed courtier, and in support of her opinion, she mentioned an old ingenious essay on cards and tea, by Pinto, she thought, and she begged that Helen would some time look for it in the library. Helen went that instant. She searched, but could not find; where it ought to have been, there it of course was not. While she was still on the book ladder, the door opened, and entered Lady Bearcroft. "Miss Henley," cried she, "I have a word to say to you, for, though you are a stranger to me, I see you are a dear good creature, and I think I may take the liberty of asking your advice in a little matter." Helen, who had by this time descended from the steps, stood and looked a little surprised, but said all that was properly civil, gratified by Lady Bearcroft's good opinion, happy to be of service, etc., etc. "Well, then, sit ye down one instant, Miss Hanley." Helen suggested that her name was Stanley. "Stanley, eh? Yes, I remember. But I want to consult you, since you are so kind to allow me, on a little matter. But do sit down. I never can talk of business standing. Now, I just want you, my dear Miss Hanley, to do a little job for me with Lady Davenant, who, with half an eye can see, is a great friend of yours. Aren't I right?" Helen said Lady Davenant was indeed a very kind friend of hers, but still what it could be in which Lady Bearcroft expected her assistance, she could not imagine. "You need not be frightened at the word job, if that is what alarms you," continued Lady Bearcroft. "Put your heart at ease, there is nothing of that sort here. It is only a compliment that I want to make, and nothing in the world expected in return for it, as it is a return in itself. But in the first place, look at this cover." She produced the envelope of a letter. "Is this Lady Davenant's handwriting, think you?" She pointed to the word "Miss Sent" written on the corner of the cover. Helen said it was Lady Davenant's writing. "You are certain? Well, that is odd. Miss Sent, when it was directed to herself, and nobody else on earth, as you see as plain as possible. Countess Davenant, surely that is right enough." Then opening a red morocco case, she showed a magnificent diamond Sevigné. "Observe now," she continued, "these diamonds are so big, my dear Miss Stanley, they would have been quite out of my reach, only for that late French invention, which maybe you have not heard of, nor should I, but for the hint of a friend at Paris, who is in the jewellery line. The French, you must know, have got the art of sticking small diamonds together so as to make little worthless ones into large, so that, as you see, you would never tell the difference; and as it was a new discovery, and something ingenious and scientific, and Lady Davenant being reported to be a scientific lady, as well as political and influential, and all that, I thought it a good opportunity and a fine excuse for paying her a compliment, which I had long wished to pay, for she was once on a time very kind to Sir Ben, and got him appointed to his present station, and though Lord Davenant was the ostensible person, I considered her as the prime mover behind the curtain. Accordingly, I sat me down, and wrote as pretty a note as I could pen, and Sir Ben approved of the whole thing, but I don't say that I'm positive he was as off-handed and clean-hearted in the matter as I was, for between you and I his gratitude, as they say of some people's, is apt to squint with one eye to the future as well as one to the past. You comprehend?" Helen was not clear that she comprehended all that had been said. Still less had she any idea what she could have to do in this matter. She waited for further explanation. "Now, all I want from you then, Miss Stanley, I would say, I beg pardon, I'm the worst at proper names that lives, but all I want of you, Miss Hanley, is, first your opinion as to the validity of the handwriting, well, you are positive, then, that this Miss Sent is her hand. Now then, I want to know, do you think Lady Davenant knew what she was about when she wrote it?" Helen's eyes opened to their utmost power of distension at the idea of anybody's questioning that Lady Davenant knew what she was about. "La, my dear," said Lady Bearcroft, "spare the whites of your eyes. I didn't mean she didn't know what she was about in that sense." "What sense?" said Helen. "Not in any particular sense," replied Lady Bearcroft. "But let me go on, or we shall never come to an understanding. I only meant that her ladyship might have just sat down to answer my note, as I often do myself, without having read the whole through, or before I have taken it in quite. Helen thought this very unlikely to have happened with Lady Davenant. "But still it might have happened," continued Lady Bearcroft, "that her ladyship did not notice the delicacy of the way in which the thing was put, for it really was put so that nobody could take hold of it against any of us, you understand, and after all, such a curiosity of a souvenir as this, and such fine diamonds, was too pretty and too good a thing to be refused, hand over head, in that way. Besides, my note was so respectable and respectful, it surely required and demanded something more of an answer, methinks, from a person of birth or education, than the single bald word missent, like the postman. Surely, Miss Hanley, now, putting your friendship apart, candidly you must think as I do? And whether or no, at least you will be so obliging to do me the favour to find out from Lady Davenant if she really made the reply with her eyes open or not, and really meant what she said." Helen, being quite clear that Lady Davenant always meant what she said, and had written with her eyes open, declined, as perfectly useless, making the proposed inquiry. It was plain that Lady Davenant had not thought proper to accept of this present, and, to avoid any unpleasant explanations, had presumed it was not intended for her, but had been sent by mistake. Helen advised her to let the matter rest. "Well, well," said Lady Bearcroft, "thank you, Miss Hanley, at all events for your good advice, but, neck or nothing, I am apt to go through with whatever I once take into my head, and since you cannot aid and abet, I will trouble you no further, only not to say a word of what I have mentioned. But all the time I thank you, my dear young lady, as much as if I took your dictum. So, my dear Miss Stanley, do not let me interrupt you longer in your book hunt. Take care of that step ladder, though, it is coggledy, as I observed when you came down. Good night, good night." End of volume the second, chapter 9.
Volume the second, chapter 10 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the second, chapter 10. My dear Helen, there is an end of everything, cried Lady Cecilia, the next day, bursting into Helen's room, and standing before her with an air of consternation. "What has brought things to this sad pass I do not know," continued she, "for, but an hour before, I left everybody in good humour with themselves, all in good train, but now—" "What?" said Helen, "for you have not given me the least idea of what has happened." "Because I have not the least idea myself, my dear. All I know is that something has gone wrong, dreadfully, between my mother and Lady Bearcroft. Mamma would not tell me what it is, but her indignation is at such a height she declares she will not see that woman again, positively will not come forth from her chamber as long as Lady Bearcroft remains in the house. So there is a total break-up, and I wish I had never meddled with anything. Oh, that I had never brought together these unsuitables, these incompatibles! Oh, Helen, what shall I do?" Quite pale, Lady Cecilia stood, really in despair, and Helen did not know what to advise. "Do you know anything about it, Helen? For you look as if you did." An abrupt knock at the door interrupted them, and, without waiting for permission, in came Lady Bearcroft, as if blown by a high wind, looking very red, half angry, half frightened, and then laughing, she exclaimed. A fine boggle-de-botch I have made of it." But seeing Lady Cecilia, she stopped short. "Beg pardon, thought you were by yourself, Miss Hanley." Lady Cecilia instantly offered to retire, yet intimated, as she moved towards the door, a wish to stay, and, if it were not too much, to ask what was meant by boggle-de-botch, do you mean?" said Lady Bearcroft. "I am aware it is not a canonical word, classical, I mean, nor in nor out of any dictionary, perhaps, but when people are warm they cannot stand picking terms."
"Certainly not," said Lady Cecilia. "But what is the matter? I am sorry anything unpleasant has occurred."
"Unpleasant indeed!" cried Lady Bearcroft. "I have been treated actually like a dog, while paying a compliment too, and a very handsome compliment, beyond contradiction. Judge for yourself, Lady Cecilia, if this Sevigné is to be sneezed at."
She opened the case. Lady Cecilia said the diamonds were certainly very handsome,
"But," repeated Lady Bearcroft, "I grant you there may be a but to everything in life. Still it might be said civilly, as you say it, Lady Cecilia, or looked civilly, as you look it, Miss Hanley. And if that had been done, instead of being affronted, I might after all have been well enough pleased to pocket my diamonds, but nobody can without compunction pocket an affront."
Lady Cecilia was sure her mother could not mean any affront.
"Though I do not know what she could or could not mean, but I will tell you what she did, all but threw the diamonds in my face."
"Impossible!" cried Helen.
"Possible, and I will show you how, Miss Hanley. This way, just shut down the case, snap, and across the table she threw it, just as you would deal a card in a passion, only with a Mrs. Siddons air to boot. I beg your pardons, both ladies, for mimicking your friend and your parent, but flesh and blood could not stand that sort of style, you know, and a little wholesome mimicry breaks no bones, and is not very offensive, I hope."
The mimicry could not indeed be very offensive, for the imitation was so utterly unlike the reality, that Lady Cecilia and Helen with difficulty repressed their smiles.
Ladies may smile, but they would smile on the wrong sides of their pretty little mouths if they had been treated as I have been, so ignominiously. I am sure I wish I had taken your advice, Miss Hanley, but the fact was, last night I did not quite believe you. I thought you were only saying the best you could to set off a friend, for since I have been among the great, and indeed even when I lived with the little, I have met with so many fair copies of false countenances, that I could not help suspecting there might be something of that sort with your Lady Davenant. But I am entirely convinced all you told me is true, for I peeped quite closely at her, lifted up the hood, and found there were not two faces under it, only one very angry one for my pains. But I declare I would rather see that than a double one, like my Lady Masham's, with her spermaceti smile. And after all, do you know," continued Lady Bearcroft, in a right vulgarly cordial tone, "do you know, really, the first anger over, I like Lady Davenant. I protest and vow, even her pride I like. It well became her, birth and all, for I hear she is straight from Charlemagne. But I was going to mention, now my recollection is coming to me, that when I began talking to her ladyship of Sir Ben's gratitude about that place she got for him, she cut me short with her queer look, and said she was sure that Lord Davenant, and if he had been the king himself, instead of only her husband and your father, Lady Cecilia, she could not have pronounced his name with more distinction. She was sure, she said, that Lord Davenant would not have been instrumental in obtaining that place for Sir Benjamin Bearcroft if he had known any man more worthy of it, which indeed I did not think at the time over and above civil, for where, then, was the particular compliment to Sir Ben?" But when Lady Bearcroft saw Lady Cecilia's anxiety and real distress at her mother's indignant resolution, she, with surprising good humour, said, "I wish I could settle it for you, my dear. I cannot go away directly, which would be the best move, because Sir Benjamin has business here to day with Lord Davenant, some job of his own, which must take place of any movements of mine, he being the more worthy gender. But I will tell you what I can do, and will, and welcome. I will keep my room instead of your mother keeping hers, so you may run and tell Lady Davenant that she is a prisoner at large, with the range of the whole house, without any danger of meeting me, for I shall not stir till the carriage is at the door to-morrow morning, when she will not be up, for we will have it at 6. I will tell Sir Benjamin he is in a hurry back to town, and he always is. So all is right on my part. And go you to your mother, my dear Lady Cecilia, and settle her. I am glad to see you smile again. It is a pity you should ever do anything else." It was not long before Cecilia returned, proclaiming, "Peace, peace." She had made such an amusing report to her mother of all that Lady Bearcroft had said and done, and proposed to do, that Lady Davenant could not help seeing the whole in a ludicrous light, felt at once that it was beneath her serious notice, and that it would be unbecoming to waste indignation upon such a person. The result was, that she commissioned Helen to release Lady Bearcroft as soon as convenient, and to inform her that an act of oblivion was passed over the whole transaction. There had been a shower, and it had cleared up. Lady Cecilia thought the sky looked bluer, and birds sang sweeter, and the air felt pleasanter than before the storm. "Nothing like a storm," said she, "for clearing the air, nothing like a little honest hurricane; but with Lady Masham there never is anything like a little honest hurricane. It is all still and close, with an indescribable volcano-like feeling. One is not sure of what one is standing upon. Do you know, Helen," continued she, "I am quite afraid of some explosion between mamma and Lady Masham. If we came to any difficulty with her, we could not get out of it quite so well as with Lady Bearcroft, for there is no resource of heart or frankness of feeling with her. Before we all meet at dinner, I must sound mamma, and see if all is tolerably safe." And when she went this day at dressing time with the bouquet, as was her custom, for her mother, she took Helen with her. At the first hint of Lady Cecilia's fears that Lady Masham could do her any mischief, Lady Davenant smiled in scorn. "The will she may have, my dear, but she has not the power." "She is very foolish, to be sure," said Lady Cecilia. "Still she might do mischief, and there is something monstrously treacherous in that smile of hers." "Monstrously," repeated Lady Davenant. "No, no, my dear Cecilia, nothing monstrous. Leave to Lady Bearcroft the vulgar belief in court-bred monsters. We know there are no such things. Men and women there, as everywhere else, are what nature, education, and circumstances have made them. Once in age, once in half a dozen ages, nature may make a Brinvilliers, or a Lau of old Zeluco, but in general, monsters are mere fabulous creatures, mistakes often from bad drawings, like the unicorn." "Yes, mamma, yes. Now I feel much more comfortable. The unicorn has convinced me," said Lady Cecilia, laughing and singing. "'Tis all a mere fable, there's nothing to fear." "And I shall think of her henceforth as nothing but what she appears to be, a well-dressed, well-bred, fine lady; ay, every inch of a fine lady, every word, look, motion, thought, suited to that métier." "That vocation," said Lady Davenant, "is above a trade. With her it really is a sacred duty, not merely a pleasure, to be fine.
She is a fine lady of the first order, nothing too professional in her manner, no obvious affectation, for affectation in her was so eagerly wrought into habit as to have become second nature, scarcely distinguishable from real, all easy. Just so, mamma, one gets on so easy with her. A curious illusion, continued Lady Davenant, occurs with every one making acquaintance with such persons as Lady Masham, I have observed. Perhaps it is that some sensation of the treadmill life she leads communicates itself to those she is talking to, which makes you fancy you are always getting on, but you never do get beyond a certain point. That is exactly what I feel, said Helen. While Lady Masham speaks, or while she listens, I almost wonder how she ever existed without me. Yes, and though one knows it is all an illusion, said Lady Cecilia, still one is pleased, knowing all the time that she cannot possibly care for one in the least, but then one does not expect everybody to care for one really. At least I know I cannot like all my acquaintances as much as my friends, much less can I love all my neighbours as myself. Come, come, Cecilia, said her mother. By come, come, mamma means, don't go any further, Cecilia, said she, turning to Helen. But now, mamma, I am not clear whether you really think her your friend or your enemy, inclined to do you mischief or not, just as it may be for her interest or not, I suppose. And just as it may be the fashion or not, said Lady Davenant. I remember hearing old Lady, one of the cleverest women of the last century, and one who had seen much of the world, say, if it was the fashion to burn me, and I at the stake, I hardly know 10 persons of my acquaintance who would refuse to throw on a faggot. Oh, mamma! Oh, Lady Davenant! exclaimed Helen and Cecilia. It was a strong way of putting the matter, said Lady Davenant, laughing, but fashion has, I assure you, more influence over weak minds, such as Lady Masham's, than either party or interest, and since you do not like my illustration by fire, take one by water. She is just a person to go out with on a party of pleasure on the smooth surface of a summer sea, and if a slight shower comes on would pity your bonnet sincerely, but if a serious squall arose, and all should be in danger, then of course everybody would take care of themselves, interrupted Lady Cecilia, excepting such a simpleton as Helen, who would take care of you first, mamma, of me next, and of herself last. I believe it, I do believe it, cried Lady Davenant, and her eyes and thoughts fixing upon Helen, she quite forgot what further she was going to say of Lady Masham. The perfectly unimpassioned tone in which her mother had discussed this lady's character, even the candour, convinced Lady Cecilia as well as Helen that nothing further could be done as to drawing them together. No condescension of manner, no conciliation, could be expected from Lady Davenant towards Lady Masham, but at the same time there was no fear of any rupture, and to this humble consolation was Lady Cecilia brought. She told Helen that she gave up all hope of doing any good, she would now be quite content if she avoided doing harm, and if this visit ended without coming to any further outrage on the part of Lady Bearcroft, and without her mother's being guilty of contempt to Lady Masham. She had done some little service, however, with respect to the ambassadress, and her mother knew it. It was well known that the ambassadress governed the ambassador, and Lady Cecilia had quite won her heart, so that he will be assuredly a friend to papa. Indeed, this had been almost promised. Madame l'ambassadrice assured me that her husband looks upon Lord Davenant as one of the first sages of England,
that is to say, of Europe, and she says he is well acquainted with all Lord Davenant's works, and it is my belief," concluded Lady Cecilia, "that all Sir William Davenant's works go with her to papa's credit, for as she spoke she gave a polite glance towards the bookcase where she saw their gilded backs, and I found the ambassador himself, afterwards, with Davenant on trade in his hand. Be it so, it is not, after all, you know, robbing the dead, only inheriting by mistake from a namesake, which with foreigners is allowable, because impossible to avoid, from the time of Monsieur Robinson, parent apparemment de Monsieur Crusoe, to the present day, by dint of keeping well asunder those who would not draw well together. Lady Cecilia did contrive to get through the remaining morning of this operose visit. Some she sent out to drive with gallant military outriders to see places in the neighbourhood famed for this or that; others walked or boated, or went through the customary courses of conservatories, pheasantry, flower garden, pleasure gardens, and best views of Clarendon Park, and billiards always. The political conferences were held in Lord Davenant's apartment. To what these conferences tended we never knew and never shall. We consider them as matters of history, and leave them with due deference to the historian. We have to do only with biography. Far be it from us to meddle with politics. We have quite enough to do with manners and morality. End of volume the second. Chapter 10.
Volume the second, Chapter 11 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the second, Chapter 11. The next day, as Helen was going across the hall, she saw the members of the last political conclave coming out of Lord Davenant's room, each looking as if the Pope had not been chosen according to his wish, dark and disappointed. Even Mr. Harley's radiant countenance was dimmed, and the dry symptomatic cough which he gave after taking leave of Lady Davenant convinced Helen that all was not well within. He departed, and there seemed to be among those who remained a greater constraint than ever. There appeared to be in each an awakened sense that there were points on which they could never agree. All seemed to feel how different it would have been if Mr. Harley had remained. True, the absence or presence of a person of genius makes as much difference in the whole appearance of things as sunshine or no sunshine on the landscape. Dinner, however, was got through, for time and the hour, 2 hours or 3, will get through the roughest dinner or the smoothest. "Never saw a difficult dinner party better bothered," was Lady Bearcroft's compliment, whispered to Cecilia as they went into the drawing room, and Helen, notwithstanding Lady Bearcroft's vulgarity, could not help beginning absolutely to like her for her good nature and amazingly prompt sympathy. But, after all, good nature without good manners is but a blundering ally, dangerous to its best friend. This evening Lady Cecilia felt that every one was uncomfortable, and flitting about the room, she touched here and there to see how things were going on. They were not going on well, and she could not make them better. Even her efforts at conciliation were ineffectual. She had stepped in between her mother, some of the gentlemen, and the general, in an argument in which she heard indications of strife, and she set about to explain away contradictions, and to convince everybody that they were really all of the same opinion. With her sweet voice and pretty persuasive look, this might have done for the general, as a relaxing smile seemed to promise, but it would not do at all with Lady Davenant, who, from feeling foreign to the present matter, was irritated, and spoke, as Helen thought, too harshly. "Cecilia, you would act harmony in the comedy to perfection, but unfortunately I am not one of those persons who can be persuaded that when I say one thing I mean quite another, probably because it is not my practice so to do. That old epigram, Sir Benjamin, do you know it?" continued she, "which begins with Bankrupt's roguish whereas the religion and fate of 3 nations depend on the importance of our conversations, whereas some objections are thrown in our way, and words have been construed to mean what they say, be it known from henceforth to each friend and each brother, whene'er we say one thing we mean quite another." Sir Benjamin gravely remarked that it was good law practice. The courts themselves would be shut up if some such doctrine were not understood in the practice there, sub audito, if not publicly proclaimed with an absolute "whereas be it known from henceforth." Whether this was dry humour of Sir Benjamin's, or plain matter of fact and serious opinion, the gravity with which it was delivered indicated not; but it produced the good effect of a smile, a laugh at him or with him. Lady Cecilia did not care which; the laugh was good at all events; her invincible good nature and sweetness of temper had not been soured or conquered even by her mother's severity; and Lady Davenant, observing this, forgave and wished to be forgiven. "My dearest Cecilia," said she, "clasp this bracelet for me, will you? It would really be a national blessing if, in the present times, all women were as amiable as you, fond to spread friendships, but to cover heat." Then turning to a French gentleman, she spoke of the change she had observed, when she was last at Paris, from the overwhelming violence of party spirit on all sides. "Dreadfully true," the French gentleman replied. "Party spirit taking every Proteus form, calling itself by 100 names, and with 1,000 devices and watchwords, which would be too ridiculous if they were not too terrible. Domestic happiness destroyed, all society disordered, disorganized, literature not able to support herself, scarcely appearing in company, all precluded, superseded by the politics of the day." Lady Davenant joined with him in his regrets, and added, that she feared society in England would soon be brought to the same condition. "No," said the French gentleman, "English ladies will never be so vehement as my countrywomen. They will never become, I hope, like some of our lady politicians, qui hurlent comme les démons." Lady Cecilia said that, from what she had seen in Paris, she was persuaded that if the ladies did bawl too loud, it was because the gentlemen did not listen to them; that above half the party violence which appeared in Parisian belles was merely dramatic to produce a sensation, and draw the gentlemen, from the black peloton in which they gathered, back to their proper positions round the fauteuils of the fair ladies. The foreigner, speaking to what he saw passing in Lady Davenant's mind, went on: "Ladies can do much, however, in this as in all other dilemmas where their power is and ought to be omnipotent." "Female influence is and ought to be potent," said the General, with an emphasis on influence, contradistinguishing it from power, and reducing the exaggeration of omnipotent to the short process of lopping off 2 syllables. "So long as ladies keep in their own proper character," said Lady Davenant, "all is well; but if once they cease to act as women, that instant they lose their privilege, their charm, they forfeit their exorcising power, they can no longer command the demon of party nor themselves, and he transforms them directly, as you say," said she to the French gentleman, "into actual furies." "And when so transformed, sometimes unconscious of their state," said the General, drily, his eye glancing towards the other end of the room, and lighting upon Lady Bearcroft, who was at the instant very red and very loud; and Lady Cecilia was standing, as if watchful for a moment's pause in which to interpose her word of peace. She waited for some time in vain, for when she hastened from the other end of the room to this, the scene of action, things had come to such a pass between the ladies Masham and Bearcroft, that mischief, serious mischief, must have ensued, had not Lady Cecilia, at utmost need, summoned to her aid the happy genius of nonsense, the genius of nonsense in whose elfin powers even love delights, on whom reason herself condescends often to smile, even when logic frowns, and chops him on his block, but cut in twain the ethereal spirit soon unites again, and lives and laughs. But mark him well, this little happy genius of nonsense. See that he be the true thing, the genuine spirit. You will know him by his well-bred air and tone, which none can counterfeit, and by his smile, for which he makes others laugh. For while most he makes others laugh, the arch little rogue seldom goes beyond a smile himself. Graceful in the midst of all his pranks, he never goes too far, though far enough he has been known to go. He has crept into the armour of the great hero, convulsed the senate in the wig of a chancellor, and becomingly, decorously put on now and then the mitre of an archbishop. "If good people," said Archbishop Usher, "would but make goodness agreeable, and smile, instead of frowning in their virtue, how many they would win to the good cause." Lady Cecilia in this was good at need, and at her utmost need, obedient to her call, came this happy little genius, and brought with him song and dance, riddle and charade, and comic prints, and on a half-opened parcel of books Cecilia darted, and produced a comic annual, illustrated by him whom no risible muscles can resist. All smiled who understood, and mirth admitted of her crew all who smiled, and party spirit fled. But there were foreigners present. Foreigners cannot well understand our local allusions. Our Cruikshank is to them unintelligible, and Hood's Sorrows of Number One quite lost upon them. Then Lady Bearcroft thought she would do as much as Lady Cecilia, and more, that she would produce what these poor foreigners could comprehend. But not at her call came the genius of lively nonsense. He heard her not. In his stead came that counterfeit who thinks it witty to be rude, and placing raillery in railing, will tell aloud your greatest failing. That vulgar impiclet fun, known by his broad grin, by his loud tone, and by his rude banter. Head foremost forcing himself in, came he, and brought with him a heap of coarse caricatures, and they were party caricatures. "Capital!" Lady Bearcroft, however, pronounced them, as she spread all upon the table for applause. But no applause ensued. Not such, these, as real good English humour produces and enjoys independently of party. These were all too broad, too coarse. Lady Davenant despised, the general detested. Helen ran away, and Lady Cecilia threw them under the table, that they might not be seen by the foreigners. For the honour of England, do not let them be spread abroad, pray, Lady Bearcroft. "The world is grown mighty nice," said Lady Bearcroft. "For my part, give me a good laugh when it is to be had." "Perhaps we shall find one here," said Lady Cecilia, opening a portfolio of caricatures in a different style, but they were old, and Lady Bearcroft could have thrown them aside. But Lord Davenant observed that, if they had lasted so long, they must be good, because their humour can only ensure their permanence. The personality dies with the person, for instance, in the famous old print of the minister rat–catcher in the Waterloo election. The likeness of each rat of the day is lost to us, but the ridicule on placemen–ratters remains. The whole, however, is perfectly incomprehensible to foreigners. "Rats! Rat!" repeated one of the foreigners, as he looked at and studied the print. It was amusing to see the gravity with which this foreign diplomatist, quite new to England, listened to Lady Bearcroft's explanation of what it meant in English by a rat political. She was at first rather good on this topic, professing a supernatural acuteness of the senses, arising from an unconquerable antipathy born with her to the whole race of rats. She declared that she could see a rat a mile off in any man, could, from the moment a man opened his mouth in Parliament or on the hustings, prophesy whether he would turn into a rat at last, or not. She, moreover, understood the language of rats of every degree, and knew, even when they said no, that they meant yes, two monosyllables, the test of rats, which betray them all sooner or later, and transform the biped into the quadruped, who then turns tail and runs away to the other side, from whatever side he may be of. The chargé d'affaires stood in half bow, lending deferential air and serious attention the whole time of this lecture upon rats, without being able from beginning to end to compass its meaning, and at the close, with a disconsolate shrug, he exclaimed, "Ah, je renonce à ça." Lady Bearcroft went on. "Since I cannot make your Excellency understand by description what I mean by an English rat political, I must give you an example or two, dead or living. Living best, and I have more than one noted and branded rat in my eye." But Lady Cecilia, anxious to interrupt this perilous business, hastily rang for wine and water, and as the gentlemen went to help themselves, she gave them a general toast, as sitting down to the pianoforte, to the tune of "Here's to the Maiden of Blushing Freedom," she sang, "Here's to the rats and rat catchers of every degree, the rat that is trapped and the rat that is free, the rat that is shy, sir, the rat that is bold, sir, the rat upon sale, sir, and the rat that is sold, sir. Let the rats rat, success to them all, and well off to the old ones before the house fall." End of volume the second, chapter 11.
Volume the Second, Chapter 12 of Helen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Helen by Maria Edgeworth. Volume the Second, Chapter 12. Sir Benjamin and Lady Bearcroft departed at 6 o'clock the next morning, and all the rest of the political and diplomatic corps left immediately after breakfast. Lady Davenant looked relieved, the general satisfied, and Lady Cecilia consoled herself with the hope that, if she had done no good, she had not done any harm. This was a bad slide, perhaps, in the magic lantern, but would leave no trace behind. She began now to be very impatient for Beauclerc's appearance, always sanguine, and as rapid in her conclusions as she was precipitate in her actions. She felt no doubt, no anxiety as to the future, for, though she refrained from questioning Helen as to her sentiments for Beauclerc, she was pretty well satisfied on that subject. Helen was particularly grateful to Lady Cecilia for this forbearance, being almost ashamed to own, even to herself, how exceedingly happy she felt, and now that it was no longer wrong in her to love, or dishonourable in him to wish to be loved, she was surprised to find how completely the idea of Beauclerc was connected with and interwoven through all her thoughts, pursuits, and sentiments. He had certainly been constantly in her company for several months, a whole summer, but she could scarcely believe that during this time he could have become so necessary to her happiness. While, with still increasing agitation, she looked forward to his arrival, she felt as if Lady Davenant's presence was a sort of protection, a something to rely on, in the new circumstances in which she was to be placed. Lord Davenant had returned to town, but Lady Davenant remained. The Russian embassy seemed still in abeyance. One morning, as Helen was sitting in Lady Davenant's room alone with her, she said suddenly, "At your age, Helen, I had as little taste for what are called politics as you have, yet you see what I am come to, and by the same road you will, arrive at the same point." "I? Oh, I hope not," cried Helen, almost before she felt the whole inference that might be drawn from this exclamation. "You hope not," repeated her ladyship calmly. "Let us consider this matter rationally, and put our hopes, and our fears, and our prejudices out of the question, if possible. Let me observe to you
that the position of women in society is somewhat different from what it was 100 years ago, or as it was 60, or I will say 30 years since. Women are now so highly cultivated, and political subjects are at present of so much importance, of such high interest, to all human creatures who live together in society, you can hardly expect, Helen, that you, as a rational being, can go through the world as it now is, without forming any opinion on points of public importance. You cannot, I conceive, satisfy yourself with the common namby-pamby little missy phrase, "Ladies have nothing to do with politics." Helen blushed, for she was conscious that, wrong or right, namby-pamby, little missy or not, she had hitherto satisfied herself very comfortably with some such thought. "Depend upon it, Helen," resumed Lady Davenant, "that when you are married, your love for a man of superior abilities and of superior character must elevate your mind to sympathy with all his pursuits, with all the subjects which claim his attention." Helen felt that she must become strongly interested in every subject in which the man she loved was interested, but still she observed that she had not abilities or information, like Lady Davenant's, that could justify her in attempting to follow her example. Besides, Helen was sure that, even if she had, it would not suit her taste; and besides, in truth, she did not think it well suited to a woman. She stopped when she came to that last thought. But what kindness and respect suppressed was clearly understood by her penetrating friend. Fixing her eyes upon Helen, she said with a smile, the candour and nobleness of her character rising above all little irritation of temper. "I agree with you, my dear Helen, in all you do not say, and were I to begin life over again, my conduct should in some respects be different. Of the public dangers and private personal inconveniences that may result from women becoming politicians, or, as you better express our meaning, interfering with public affairs, no one can be more aware than I am. Interfering, observe, I say, for I would mark and keep the line between influence and interference. Female influence must, will, and ought to exist on political subjects as on all others, but this influence should always be domestic, not public. The customs of society have so ruled it. Of the thorns in the path of ambitious men all moralists talk, but there are little, scarcely visible, thorns of a peculiar sort that beset the path of an ambitious woman, the venomous prickles of the domestic bramble, a plant not perhaps mentioned in Withering's Botany, or the Hortus Coenemus, but it is too well known to many, and to me it has been sorely known. At this instant General Clarendon came in with some letters, which had been forwarded to him express. One for Lady Davenant he had been desired to put into her hands himself. He retired, and Lady Davenant opened the letter. By the first glance at her countenance, Helen saw that there was something in it which had surprised and given her great concern. Helen withdrew her eyes, and waited till she should speak. But Lady Davenant was quite silent, and Helen, looking at her again, saw her put her hand to her heart, as if from some sudden sense of violent bodily pain, and she sank on the sofa, fell back, and became as pale as death, and motionless. Excessively frightened, Helen threw open the window, rang the bell for Lady Davenant's own woman, and sent the page for Lady Cecilia. In a few moments Lady Cecilia and Elliot came. Neither was as much alarmed as Helen had expected they would be. They had seen Lady Davenant under similar attacks. They knew what remedies to apply. Elliot was a remarkably composed, steady person. She now went on doing all that was necessary without speaking a word. The paroxysm lasted longer than usual, as Lady Cecilia observed, and though she continued her assurances to Helen that "it was all nervous, only nerves," she began evidently to be herself alarmed. At length symptoms of returning animation appeared, and then Cecilia retired, beckoning to Helen to follow her into the next room. "We had better leave mamma to Elliot. She will be happier if she thinks we know nothing of the matter." Then, recollecting that Helen had been in the room when this attack came on, she added, "But no, you must go back, for mamma will remember that you were present. Take as little notice, however, as possible of what has happened." Cecilia said that her mother, when they were abroad, had been subject to such seizures at intervals. "And in former times, before I was born, I believe," said Lady Cecilia, "she had some kind of extraordinary disease in the heart, but she has a particular aversion to being thought nervous. Every physician who has ever pronounced her nervous has always displeased her, and has been dismissed. She was once quite vexed with me for barely suggesting the idea. There," cried Cecilia, "I hear her voice. Go to her." Helen followed Lady Cecilia's suggestion, and took as little notice as possible of what had happened. Elliot disappeared as she entered. The page was waiting at the door, but to Helen's satisfaction Lady Davenant did not admit him. "Not yet. Tell him I will ring when I want him," said she. The door closed, and Lady Davenant, turning to Helen, said, "Whether I live or die is a point of some consequence to the friends who love me. But there is another question, Helen, of far more importance to me, and, I trust, to them. That question is, whether I continue to live as I have lived, honoured and respected, or live and die dishonoured and despised." Her eye glanced towards the letter she had been reading. "My poor child," continued Lady Davenant, looking at Helen's agitated countenance, "my poor child, I will not keep you in suspense." She then told Helen that she was suspected of having revealed a secret of state that had been confided to her husband, and which it was supposed, and truly supposed, that Lord Davenant had told her. Beyond its political importance, the disclosure involved a charge of baseness, in her having betrayed confidence, having suffered a copy of a letter from an illustrious personage to be handed about and read by several people. Lord Davenant as yet knows nothing of this. The effect upon him is what I most dread. I cannot show you this," continued she, opening again the letter she had just received, "because it concerns others as well as myself. I am, at all events, under obligations that can never be forgotten to the person who gave me this timely notice, which could no otherwise have reached me, and the person to whom I am thus obliged is one, Helen, whom neither you nor I like, and whom Cecilia particularly dislikes, Miss Clarendon. Her manner of doing me this service is characteristic. She begins. Miss Clarendon is aware that Lady Davenant has no liking for her, but that shall not prevent Miss Clarendon from doing what she thinks an act of justice towards a noble character falsely attacked." Lady Davenant read no more. "Had you not better wait till you are stronger, my dear Lady Davenant?" said Helen, seeing her prepare to write. "It was once said, gloriously well," replied Lady Davenant, "that the duties of life are more than life itself. So I think." While she wrote, Helen thought of what she had just heard, and she ventured to interrupt Lady Davenant to ask if she had formed any idea of the means by which the secret could have been betrayed, or the copy of the letter obtained. Yes, she had a suspicion of one person, the diplomatist to whom Mr. Harley had shown such a mortal antipathy. She recollected that the last morning of the congress had sat in Lord Davenant's chamber, she had left her writing desk there, and this letter was in it. She thought that she had locked the desk when she had left the room. It certainly was fast when she returned, but it had a spring Bramah lock, and its being shut down would have fastened it. She had no proof one way or other. Her suspicion rested where was her instinctive dislike. It was remarkable, however, that she at once did justice to another person whom she did not like, Mr. Mapletop, Lord Davenant's secretary. "His manners do not please me," she said, "but I have perfect confidence in his integrity." Helen felt and admired this generous candour, but her suspicions were not of the diplomatist alone. She thought of one who might perhaps have been employed by him, Carlos the page, and many circumstances which she recollected and put together, now strengthened this suspicion. She wondered it had not occurred to Lady Davenant. She thought it must, but that she did not choose to mention it. Helen had often heard Lady Davenant's particular friends complain that it was extremely disagreeable to them to have this boy constantly in the room, whatever might be the conversation. There was the page, either before or behind a screen, always within hearing. Lady Davenant said that, as Carlos was a Portuguese, and had never been in England till she had brought him over a few months before, he could not understand English well enough to comprehend what was going on. This was doubted especially by Helen, who had watched his countenance, and had represented her doubts and her reasons for them to Lady Davenant, but she was not convinced. It was one of the few points on which she could justly be reproached with adhering to her fancy instead of listening to reason. The more Carlos was attacked, the more she adhered to him. In fact, it was not so much because he was a favourite, as because he was a protégé. He was completely dependent upon her protection. She had brought him to England, had saved him from his mother, a profligate camp follower, had freed him from the most miserable condition possible, and had raised him to easy, happy, confidential life. To the generous the having conferred an obligation is in itself a tie hard to sever. All noble-minded people believe in fidelity, and never doubt of gratitude. They throw their own souls into those they oblige, and think and feel for them as they, in their situation, would think and feel. Lady Davenant considered it an injustice to doubt the attachment of this boy, and a cruelty she deemed it to suspect him causelessly of being the most base of human creatures, he a young defenceless orphan. Helen had more than once offended by attempting to stop Lady Davenant from speaking imprudently before Carlos. She was afraid, even at this moment, to irritate her by giving utterance to her doubts. She determined, therefore, to keep them to herself till she had some positive grounds for her suspicions. She resolved to watch the boy very carefully. Presently, having finished her letters, Lady Davenant rang for him. Helen's eyes were upon Carlos the moment he entered, and her thoughts did not escape observation. "You are wrong, Helen," said Lady Davenant as she lighted the taper to seal her letters. "If I am not right," said Helen, keeping her eyes upon the boy's changing countenance, "I am too suspicious. But observe, am I not right, at this instant, in thinking that his countenance is bad?" Lady Davenant could not but see that countenance change in an extraordinary manner, in spite of his efforts to keep it steady. "You cause that of which you complain," said she, going on sealing her letters deliberately, "in courts of public justice and in private equity." The word equity she pronounced with an austere emphasis. How often is the change of countenance misinterpreted! The sensibility of innocence, that cannot bear to be suspected, is often mistaken for the confusion worse confounded of guilt. Helen observed that, as Lady Davenant spoke, and spoke in his favour, the boy's countenance cleared up, that vacillating expression of fear and consciousness of having something within him unwhipped of justice, completely disappeared, and his whole air was now bold and open, towards Helen, almost an air of defiance. "What do you think is the cause of this change in his countenance? You observe it, do you not?" asked Helen. "Yes, and the cause is as plain as the change. He sees I do not suspect him, though you do; and seeing, Helen, that he has at least one friend in the world who will do him justice, the orphan boy takes courage." "I wish I could be as good as you are, my dearest Lady Davenant," said Helen, "but I cannot help still feeling, and saying, I doubt. Now observe him. While I speak, I will turn my eyes away that my terrible looks may not confound him. You say he knows that you do not suspect him, and that I do. How does he know it?" "How?" said Lady Davenant. "By the universal language of the eyes." "Not only by that universal language, I think," said Helen, "but I suspect he understands every word we say." Helen, without ever looking up from a bunch of seals which she was rubbing bright, slowly and very distinctly added, "I think that he can speak, read, and write English." A change in the countenance of Carlos appeared, notwithstanding all his efforts to hold his features in the same position. Instead of placid composure, there was now grim rigidity. "Give me the great seal with the coat of arms on it," said Lady Davenant, dropping the wax on her letter, and watching the boy's eye as she spoke, without herself looking towards the seal she had described. He never stirred, and Helen began to fear she was unjust and suspicious; but again her doubts, at least of his disposition, occurred. As she was passing through Lady Davenant's dressing room with her, when they were going down to dinner, the page following them, Helen caught his figure in a mirror, and saw that he was making a horrible grimace at her behind her back, his dark countenance expressing extreme hatred and revenge. Helen touched Lady Davenant's arm, but, before her eye could be directed to the glass, Carlos, perceiving that he was observed, pretended to be suddenly seized with the cramp in his foot, which obliged him to make these frightful contortions. Helen was shocked by his artfulness, but it succeeded with Lady Davenant. It was in vain to say more about it to her, so Helen let it pass. When she mentioned it afterwards to Lady Cecilia, she said, "I am sorry, for your sake, Helen, that this happened. Depend upon it, that revengeful little Portuguese gnome will work you mischief some time or other." Helen did not think of herself. Indeed, she could not imagine any means by which he could possibly work her woe. But the face was so horrible, that it came again and again before her eyes, and she was more and more determined to watch Carlos constantly. This was one of the public days at Clarendon Park, on which there was a good deal of company. Many of the neighbouring gentry were to be at dinner. When Lady Davenant appeared, no inquiries concerning her health were made by her daughter or by the general, no allusion to her having been unwell. She seemed quite recovered, and Helen observed that she particularly exerted herself, and that her manner was more gracious than usual to commonplace people, more present to everything that was passing. She retired, however, early, and took Helen with her. The depression of her spirits, or rather the weight upon her mind, appeared again as soon as they were alone together. She took her writing desk, and looked over some letters which she said ought to be burned. She could not sleep in peace, she said. She ought not to sleep till this was done. Several of these, as she looked over them, seemed to give her pain, and excited her indignation or contempt, as she from time to time exclaimed, "Meanness! Corruption! Ingratitude too! All favours forgotten! To see, to feel this, is the common fate of all who have lived the life I have lived. Of this I am not so inconsistent as to complain, but it is hard that my own character, the integrity of a whole life, should avail me nothing. And yet," added she, after a moment's pause of reflection, "to how few can my character be really known! Women cannot, like men, make their characters known by public actions. I have no right to complain, but if Lord Davenant's honour is to be—" She paused, her thoughts seeming too painful for utterance. She completed the arrangement of the papers, and, as she pressed down the lid of her writing box, and heard the closing sound of the lock, she said, "Now I may sleep in peace." She put out the lamp, and went to her bedroom, carrying with her 2 or 3 books which she intended to read after she should be in bed; for though she talked of sleeping, it was plain she thought she should not. Helen prevailed upon her to let her remain with her, and read to her. She opened first a volume of Shakespeare, in which was Lady Davenant's mark. "Yes," said she, "read that speech of Wolsey's, read that whole scene, the finest picture of ambition ever drawn." And after she had heard the scene, she observed that there is no proof more certain of the truth of poetic description, than its recurring to us at the time we strongly feel. "Those who tell us," continued she, "that it is unnatural to recollect poetry or eloquence at times of powerful emotion, are much mistaken. They have not strong feelings or strong imaginations. I can affirm from my own experience that it is perfectly natural." Lady Davenant rapidly mentioned some instances of this sort which she recollected, but seeing the anxiety of Helen's look, she added, "You are afraid that I am feverish. You wish me to rest. Then go on reading to me." Helen read on, till Lady Davenant declared she would not let her sit up any longer. "Only, before you go, my dear child, look here at what I have been looking at while you have been reading." She made Helen place herself so as to see exactly in the same direction and light in which she was looking, and she pointed out to her, in the lining of the bed, a place where, from the falling of the folds and the crinkles in the material, a figure with the headdress, and perfect profile of an old woman with a turned up chin, appeared. At first Helen could not see it, but at last she caught it, and was struck with it. The same sort of curious effect of chance resemblance and coincidence which painters, Leonardo da Vinci in particular, have observed in the moss and stains on old stones, observed Lady Davenant; but it struck me to night, Helen, perhaps because I am a little feverish, it struck me in a new point of view, moral, not picturesque, if such be the effects of chance, or of coincidence. How cautious we should be in deciding from appearances, or pronouncing from circumstantial evidence upon the guilt of evil design in any human creature." "You mean this to apply to me about Carlos?" said Helen. "I do, but not only of him and you was I thinking, but of myself and those who judge of me falsely from coincidences, attributing to me designs which I never had, and actions of which I am incapable." She suddenly raised herself in her bed, and was going to say more, but the pendule striking at that instant 2 o'clock, she stopped abruptly, kissed Helen, and sent her away. Helen gathered together and carried away with her all the books, that Lady Davenant might not be tempted to look at them more. As she had several piled on one arm, and had a taper in her hand, she was somewhat encumbered, and, though she managed to open the bedroom door, and to shut it again without letting any of the books fall, and crossed the little anteroom between the bedchamber and dressing room safely, yet as she was opening the dressing room door, and taking too much or too little care of some part of her pyramid of books, down came the whole pile with a noise which, in the stillness of the night, sounded tremendous. She was afraid it would disturb Lady Davenant, and was going back to tell her what it was, when she was startled by hearing, as she thought, the moving of a chair or table in the dressing room. She stopped short to listen. All was silent. She thought she had mistaken the direction in which the noise came. She softly opened the dressing room door, and looked in. All was silent. No chair, or stool, or table overturned. Everything was in its place exactly as they had left it, but there was a strong smell of a half extinguished lamp. She thought it had been put out when they had left the room. She now supposed it had not been sufficiently lowered. She turned the screw, and took care now to see it completely extinguished, then went back for the books, and as people sometimes will, when most tired and most late, be most orderly, she would not go to bed without putting every volume in its place in the bookcase. After reaching to put one book upon the highest shelf, as she was getting down, she laid her hand on the top of Lady Davenant's writing box, and, as she leaned on it, was surprised to hear the click of its lock closing. The sound was so peculiar she could not be mistaken. Besides, she thought she had felt the lid give way under her pressure. There was no key left in the lock. She perfectly recollected the very sound of that click when Lady Davenant shut the lid down before leaving the room this night. She stood looking at the lock, and considering how this could be, and as she remained perfectly still, she heard, or thought she heard, someone breathing near her. Holding in her own breath, she listened and cautiously looked round without stirring from the place where she stood. One of the window curtains moved, so at least she thought. Yes, certainly there was some living thing behind it. It might be Lady Davenant's great dog, but looking again at the bottom of the curtain, she saw a human foot. The page, Carlos, was her instant suspicion, and his vengeful face came before her, and a vision of a stiletto, or she did not well know what. She trembled all over, yet she had presence of mind enough to recollect that she should not seem to take notice. And while she moved about the books on the table, she gave another look, and saw that the foot was not withdrawn. She knew she was safe still. It had not been perceived that she had seen it. Now what was she to do? Go up to that curtain, and draw it back and face the boy. But she did not dare, yet he was only a boy. But it might be a man and not the page. Better go and call somebody. Tell Lady Davenant. She must go through the antechamber, and pass close to that curtain to open the door. All this was the thought of one moment, and she went on holding up the light to the bookshelves as if in quest of some book, and kept coasting along to gain the door. She was afraid when she was to pass the window curtain, either of touching it, or of stumbling over that foot. But she got past without touching or stumbling, opened the door, whisked through. That was done too quickly, but she could not help it. She shut, bolted the door, and ran across the antechamber to Lady Davenant's bedroom. She entered softly, aware of the danger to her of sudden alarm. But Lady Davenant was not asleep, was not alarmed, but was effective in a moment. First she asked, "Did you lock the door after you?" "Yes, bolted it." "That is well." Neither of them said, "Who do you think it is?" But each knew what the other thought. They returned through the antechamber to the dressing room. But when they opened the door all was quiet. No one behind the curtain, no one in the room. They searched under the sofas, everywhere. There was no closet or hiding place in which any one could be concealed. The window fastenings were unstirred, but the door into the gallery was unlocked, and the simple thing appeared, that Helen, in her confusion, had thought only of fastening the door into the antechamber, which also opened on the gallery, but had totally forgotten to lock that from the dressing room into the gallery, by which whoever had been in the room had escaped without any difficulty. Lady Davenant rather inclined to believe that no one had been there, and that it was all Helen's imagination. But Helen persisted that she had seen what she had seen, and heard what she had heard. They went into the gallery, all silence, no creature visible, and the doors at the ends of the gallery locked outside. After a fruitless search they retired, Lady Davenant to her own room, and Helen to hers, full of shame and regret that she had not had the courage to open the curtain at the right moment. Nothing could stir her belief, however, in the evidence of her senses. The boy must have been there, and must be still concealed somewhere in the gallery, or in some of the rooms opening into it. Some of these were unoccupied, but they were all locked up, as Lady Davenant had told her when she had proposed searching them. One or two they tried, and found fastened. She stood at her own door, after having put down the candle on her table, still giving a lingering lookout, when, through the darkness in the gallery at the further end, she saw a ray of light on the floor, which seemed to come from under the door of a room unoccupied, Mr. Mapletofft's room. He had gone to town with Lord Davenant. Helen went on tiptoe very softly along the gallery, almost to this door, when it suddenly opened, and the page stood before her, the lamp in his hand shining full on his face and on hers. Both started, then both were motionless for 1 second, but he, recovering instantly, shot back again into the room, flung to the door, and locked it. "Seen him!" cried Lady Davenant, when Helen flew to her room, and told her. "Seen him, do you say? and then ringing her bell, she bade Helen run and knock at the general's door, while she went herself to Mr. Mapletofft's room, commanding Carlos to open the door immediately. But he would not open it, nor make any answer. The servants came, and the general ordered one to go around to the windows of the room lest the boy should escape that way. It was too late, he had escaped. When the door was forced, one of the windows was found open. Carlos was not in the room. He must have swung himself down from the height by means of a tree which was near the window. The lamp was still burning, and papers half burnt smouldering on the table. There were sufficient remains to tell what they had been. Lady Davenant saw, in the handwriting of Carlos, copies of letters taken from her desk. One half unburnt cover of the packet he had been making up showed by its direction to whom it was to have been sent, and there were a few lines in the boy's own writing within, side addressed to his employer, which revealed the whole. His employer was, as Lady Davenant had suspected, the diplomatist. A duplicate Bramah key was found under the table, and as she recollected that she had some months ago missed this duplicate key of her desk, and supposed she had dropped it from her watch ring while out walking, she recollected, further, that Carlos had with great zeal assisted her in the search for it all through the shrubbery walks. The proofs of this boy's artifice and long premeditated treachery, accumulating upon Lady Davenant, shocked her so much that she could not think of anything else. "Is it possible? Is it in human nature?" she exclaimed. "Such falsehood, such art, such ingratitude!" As she fixed her eyes upon the writing, scarcely yet dry, she repeated, "It is his writing. I see it, yet can scarcely believe it. I, who taught him to write myself, guided that little hand to make the first letters that he ever formed. And this is in human nature. I could not have conceived it. It is dreadful to be so convinced. It lowers one's confidence in one's fellow creatures. That is the worst of all." She sighed deeply, and then turning to Helen, said, "But let us think no more of it to night. We can do no more. They are in pursuit of him. I hope I may never, never see him more." End of Volume the Second, Chapter 12.